What's up, everybody?
Welcome to
Atheist Roundtable, round 2 for us.
It's all I need to know.
Just Jeff. And Jeff, we had a little technical difficulty, and the devil showed up.
It's true. I had a vision, and during this vision, I saw that we would be disconnected 3 times during this stream. And when the rooster crows, you will realize that Jesus is real. 3 times.
I think I remember reading that. Yeah, I think I remember reading that.
It's a prophecy. It's prophecy.
Oh, so you're prophet line already.
Yeah,
here we go.
That's funny. I haven't used that before. I'm gonna have to use that.
So one thing to talk about here before we bring our awesome guests here on screen, and that is March 20th. We've got kind of a cool event going on. Jeff,
Dude,
do you know anything about it?
A round robin fight death match. Placed in a basement under Pasta Mike's house.
Yes, and the address.
Oh no, the debate thing. Yeah. Got it.
Yeah, so the ultimate debate championship. So it's going to be a 1-day event. There is a cash prize involved, and I'm excited. We've got 16. Yeah, I think it's 16 debaters. They'll be a part of it. So it'll be exhausting by the time the day's over, but it'll be a blast. It's going to be awesome. So
and it's unique. I have not seen many other people try and do something like this. So
yeah, that's what I'm interested to see how it all comes together. So if you are interested in being a judge or a ref or a mod, essentially email me, austin@tart.live. I'm still looking for a few of those. And but that's critical because we really can't do it without those people. So if you're interested in doing that, I'll get you the criteria, or I guess the expectations. And yeah, I'd love to have you help, but I want to get into the conversation here, Jeff. So I'm not going to take up too much more time on it. So today we're discussing is Jesus a myth? We'll talk about it historically and what's there and what's not, as far as the facts and the data. And let's get these guys on screen. What's up?
Hey.
All right, guys. Well, thanks for jumping on tonight, and we'll work on the energy level here. Probably about an hour. We'll get a little alcohol in our system. We'll be good. But we have some great people joining us tonight with lots of knowledge in this on this topic. And this is one where it's going to be one of those things where Jeff and I probably for the most part will be asking questions, and other than that, shutting the fuck up, because there's a lot of people here that we can learn from, take information from. So we'll go around, introduce, and tell us a little bit about you, where people can find you, what you got going on, and then we will get into the conversation. But Godless Engineer, thanks for being back again. And where can they find you? What do you have going on?
Well, they can find me here on YouTube at Godless Engineer, and pretty much any social media platform. I am at Godless Engineer. Most notably, at least for this particular conversation, I have an app on the App Store is called Crestus, where you can get all of the information that we're probably going to be talking about tonight. It's loaded with tons of great information that's sourced to actual peer-reviewed scholarship on this subject that we're talking about tonight. What I've got coming up, let's see. This next week is nothing too special. I've got what I've called director's cuts coming up. That's where I cut live streams that I've done in the past together, and I present them without all of the like live qualities about it, like notifications or comments or anything like that. So I'm doing those this week, and they're primarily about atheism, but I am planning on doing a review of my debate with Inspiring Philosophy on this topic. And I've got some really good notes about it from Richard Carrier himself. So I think I'm going to be dropping some bombs on Inspiring Philosophy. So that's what I got coming up in the short term.
Awesome. And again, thanks for joining us. And we always appreciate it. And, if you're not familiar with the Godless Engineer, go and subscribe to the channel and get that app, because that's something even through this. I know Jeff and I have talked about it several times. It's a good resource to have, even if like something pops up in your head and you're not close to a book or a Bible to go and reference it. There's a lot of that information in there. It's just very convenient. Can
you spell it for us, for those that need?
Yes, it's Crestus, CHRESTUS.
Go get it right now. And you can download it on your phone, your tablet, your iPad, whichever you prefer. But Atheist Cats is someone that's part of the Discord, is always in the chat and helping the mod, and does a great job, and first time on screen with us. So Atheist Cats, first of all, welcome. Thanks for being with us. And anything that you would like to share with the folks tonight?
Just for myself, I'm only found on TikTok or hanging around in here as one of the mods. As myself, my background is in history. My degree is mainly in U.S. history and stuff like that. But when you get a degree in history, you do learn how to do research in the historiography. So I'm hoping that area is where I'm going to be the most helpful in this. But I got to tell you, I'm surrounded by people that I'm very, very scared of.
No sense in fearing, especially if you're talking about Jeff and I. You definitely don't need to fear that.
No, not you. I mean them.
Okay, good. Yeah, then in that regard, then yes, be afraid. Be very afraid. Then Jason from Dragons in Genesis podcast, again, thanks for joining us, my man. And tell everybody a little bit about you and what you do there with your podcast.
So you can find me at dragonsofgenesis.com, facebook.com/dragonsofgenesis, youtube.com/dragonsofgenesis podcast, or on any podcast app by searching Dragons in Genesis and looking for the big orange logo with Godzilla attacking Jerusalem. And what I do on my podcast, it's sort of a secular Bible study meets comparative mythology. I look at the different Bible stories, anything from Genesis to Revelation and everything in between, along with extra biblical text like the Ascension of Isaiah, the Book of Enoch, things like that. And we talk about where these stories came from, what they were influenced by, how they relate to other stories in the text, just different things like that. Sort of like a Bible study that you're not going to get in Sunday school. And that's essentially what the podcast is. Just an in-depth review of the Bible stories from a person who doesn't believe in them, but thoroughly enjoys the stories nonetheless.
So is it like saying that, like, let's say we were Harry Potter, you would be like really researched on Harry Potter. You don't have to believe in Harry Potter, but you could tell us about the influence that they had when they wrote the book.
Exactly. I'm not a person who hates the Bible. I spend entirely too much time reading and studying the thing to hate it. I absolutely love it. It may be one of my favorite books. I don't believe in it, but
they have
it's
a big
endlessly fascinating.
Hold on. I just have to know, where can I get that Bible study shirt behind you? Because it totally encapsulates my own Bible podcast that I do.
So if you go to dragonsandgenesis.com, there should be, I think there's a link that says shop. If not, go to facebook.com/dragonsandgenesis, look for the pinned post for like supporting the channel, and there's a link to my store, and this shirt is in it.
Awesome. And
I have another one that has a picture of Jesus, and it has like the Straight Outta Compton logo, but it says Straight Outta Evidence. So you may like that one too.
No, it's good. And if you enjoy listening to somebody that's just a well of knowledge when it comes to text, Jason can go and I mean this like in a good way. Could go. You can tell he's very studied. So it's not like he just throws a Bible study together just to talk shit about the Bible. It is very, very in depth, and you can tell he understands the not just the text, but the history behind it and all that. And I'll let you go listen to it. But Captain Dadpool, good to see you back on the TART again, man. Tell us about you and anything you got going on.
Good to be back. I don't really have much going on right now. I'm just still pretty exclusive to TikTok. I am working on a podcast, YouTube, which I'm sure my followers are pretty tired of hearing me say by now. But if anyone's familiar with who Crimson Barrel is, I'm working with him, and we do have like some guests lined up, and we're going to be doing like weekly things. So be on the lookout for that when it does happen. Other than that, yeah, don't have much else going on.
Oz, we forgot something.
Yes, Jeff.
We need positions from each one of you of whether or not you're a myth or not, mythicist or not.
No, I didn't forget. We're getting ready to do that.
Well, I thought you forgot.
No, I did not forget. But Captain Dadpool did forget one thing. Tomorrow night we have Dave Warnock coming on, and it's
yes, we do, and he's in the chat. I believe
it's whiskey, scotch, and cigar night.
I have 3 to choose from, and I don't know which one I'm gonna go with.
All 3 at the same time.
Cool. All right, now to
you thought about it.
Now to go where Jeff was going there. The timing was perfect. Godless Engineer, if you want to start, just share with everybody what your position is as far as Jesus, historically as a person. Was it a myth? Was he a real person? What's your stance?
Oh, I'm definitely hardcore mythicist over here. So I definitely think that Jesus started out as a celestial figure and never really existed here on Earth.
Okay, perfect. And I love the short answer. Christians can't do that. Atheist Cats, what's your position?
I'm more borderline. I have to take my atheist hat off to the side and have to look at like a historian would. So I'm kind of borderline. I can see arguments on both sides, so I'm hoping to kind of maybe solidify my position with the panel.
Okay, perfect. And then I think I already know this, but my dad always taught me about assuming. But Jason, I'm not going to assume. What's your position?
I think that the earliest Christians believed that Jesus was a lesser deity subservient to the great high God, and everything that occurred with him, everything that happened to him, happened somewhere above the earth, either in the like sublunar realm, just inside the firmament, or up in the actual heavens. And then later it became euhemerized. It was written as sort of like an allegory, and then people kind of thought it was literal and essentially misunderstood what they were reading. And that's how the Jesus of history came about.
Okay. Yep, and I've heard that as well. So great starting point. And then Captain Dadpool, what is your position on this?
I like to call myself an on-the-fenceist. I'm not quite. That term hasn't gone mainstream yet, but I'm trying. I've got Richard Carrier in one ear, and I've got Bart Ehrman in the other ear. And I'm reading both books at the same time because that's how my ADHD brain works. So yeah, I'm finding convincing arguments from both sides. But the more I learn about mythicism and where it all came from, and like references to Jesus being an archangel in some pre-Christian Judaic sect or Judaic sects, sects, not Jesus sects. That's not. Make sure I make that part clear.
Yes, they did have sex pre-Judaic.
They did very often. So, yeah, references to him being an archangel even prior to Jesus coming to her. The more I learn, the more I'm like, okay. I might be leaning this way, but I'm still not ready to make a firm stance yet.
Well, if I can make a suggestion, I might not read Jesus Interrupted. I think that's the Airman book you held up. Yeah. Is that right?
Yes.
I mean, Airman did put out a specific book, addressing the "Did Jesus exist?" question. It's not a very good book, but I mean, it is more targeted to the topic of historicity. It's just called "Did Jesus Exist?" I don't know if maybe you want to pick that up at all, but I just thought that I'd mention it.
Okay, yeah, appreciate that.
Oz.
Cool. So, Jeff, what is your current position?
Why do I have to go first? All right.
I asked the questions. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. I am 90% close to being a full-blown mythicist. I just need a little shove.
Well, see, it was just fine you going first because I'm at like a 90% as well. It just needs that last little.
It just seems to me that a lot of current Christians won't even entertain the fact that it's possible he could be a myth. And I think that prevents a lot of people from having that conversation. So I'm glad that we're able to have that conversation today and look at the evidence and see what we have and see if we can make a determination of whether or not the man existed. This is a discussion that needs to happen. And I think that it's a retreating position of Christianity. We're back to this now. Like now we're talking about, did he even exist? We're not even talking about divinity.
Yeah. And so I'll to kind of reiterate what you said as a former 30+ year Christian, it was, even as an atheist, it was really hard for me to start even tiptoeing into that territory. Where it was like, you're telling me that even this might not be real? Even this might not be real? Now you're challenging everything, everything.
I think too, like what Christianity did to our brains has a lot to do with us respecting authority, which is unnecessary in determining whether or not something is true or not. So when someone of authority like Bart Ehrman says that Jesus absolutely existed and, you're ridiculous if you even think he didn't, it makes me not even go there. But if I, again, take myself out of that situation and look at it holistically with what we have, can we make a determination on that? I think that Cats will give us a lot of stuff of how the historicity works, and how we can determine if other figures in antiquity existed. And then I can also look here and see what evidence we have about these myths, how they grew, how we can dictate what was a myth, from what wasn't, that kind of thing.
Right. So I think the last few days I've been trying to figure out the best way to kick this off. And I think maybe the most efficient way to really get everything started is, most Christian theists that we speak to are going to say, well, there's the Bible, and we have so much literature that talks about this Jesus figure, and then even Josephus and I can remember, all the others they refer to Jesus.
Those are the list they usually go down. But what do we really have?
Well, and that's what I was going to say. So if we were, if Jeff and I say we were still the Christian theists, then what is the mythist argument against that, with them having this so-called authority in scripture and history?
Well, what I did when you guys asked me to be part of this, I decided not to read other historians. I didn't go to other analysis. I went in there because I never thought if Jesus was a real person or wasn't, because to me it was always about the divinity claims. Being a real person didn't matter. But I started doing research and started looking into it. And I think when you start looking at what the Bible itself says, our first instance of Jesus is talking about his birth, which is divine because it's divine, and we have the usual concepts of myth placed into it. So already, as a historian, if I'm doing research on this Jesus figure, I'm already suspect because the very first thing we learn about is a mythical statement.
Interesting.
Very true.
Yeah, and I'd like to jump off of that. So whenever we look at our Gospels, we find that the Gospel of Mark is our first source of biographical information. It's not our first Christian literature. We have decades of Christian literature before that. But Mark is our first biographical information for Jesus. And Matthew and Luke are basically just rewrites of Mark. And John is sort of like the Michael Bay version of Mark. And so essentially we have Mark as our source for the life of Jesus. And even people who believe that Jesus existed have to admit that Mark is highly mythologized. All of the Gospels are. There are scenes in there that are straight out of older myths. And it's also highly allegorical. And I think in Mark chapter 4, it sort of breaks the fourth wall, and Jesus basically tells the reader that this is allegory. And so even if you're trying to assume that there is some kind of historical information in the Gospel of Mark, you have to understand that it is filled with allegory, and it's highly mythologized, and nowhere in that gospel does it say where this information came from. It doesn't say anything about sources. It doesn't even say who the author is. So all we have is a collection of allegory and myth that might have real information in it, but we have no way of knowing what information is accurate, if any.
That's another thing. When we're looking at historical documents and trying to determine if the information is accurate, we have to look at, was the person even there? Where is he getting this information? Mark wasn't there for the information about Jesus' birth. Mark wasn't there for a lot of the pieces. So already we're going, okay, where did he get this? And the usual answer is, well, it's divinely inspired. Well, again, historian, we don't take that. That's not a thing. So it's okay. Go ahead, Dee.
Well, I was going to say that's not. Well, I mean, like some of the more fundamentalist Christians would go the divination route for where they get their information from. But in scholarship, actually, they just invent sources for like the Gospel of Mark. The Q document is held by many of the New Testament scholars and historians to be a very real thing that we don't even have. Like, it's speculative. And I personally, I don't see how you can really say that like Mark needed a source or had any kind of source without him actually referencing any source. We just simply don't know where it came from, and inventing things in kind of an ad hoc way really kind of degrades your hypothesis, at least in my opinion. But as far as the Gospels go, for me, in any kind of conversation about historicity, I mean that I usually just disregard the Gospels altogether, because of the mythological nature of the Gospels and the fact that they were written, after anybody that could have been an eyewitness was most likely dead, and the fact that they separate themselves from any kind of historical source. All of those things kind of make me disregard them, and I pretty much focus on Paul and what he says about Jesus, because Paul is the only person that documents anything that we know about Christianity prior to the Gospels being written. And so the fact that Paul never whatsoever references anybody as a disciple or an eyewitness is really damning. And the only places that he or the only sources that he cites for his information is scriptures. That would be like the Old Testament or the Jewish Bible, and visions from Jesus.
Revelations,
So,
yep.
Yeah. So, I mean, with those being the only two places that he gets his information from, there's no like, and he's the first person to independently attest to this figure, at least that we have records of. I really don't see how you can solidly say that he existed in history when there's literally no historical link to a person in the past.
Right. And then sorry, go ahead, Oz.
Go ahead, because I have a question that'll probably follow up on what you have to say if you're bouncing off him.
Yeah, kind of. And then two, Paul never mentions any of the miracles that Jesus performed that is recorded in the Gospels. And the Christian rebuttal to that is, he's speaking to an audience that is already aware of those miracles. It would be pointless for him to mention those. Well, that's not true. He has no problem mentioning miracles from the Old Testament because he was a Pharisee, a rabbi. He knew the Old Testament very well. He referred to those very often in his epistles. His audience would likewise have knowledge of those as well. So why is he? This is a weird form of special pleading. Why is he willing to mention the miracles of the Old Testament, but not the ones that Jesus performed? And if he knew Luke personally and he knew Peter personally, he would have known about those miracles as well, and he would have brought those up. But he didn't. So that's a huge red flag for me. Anyway.
Yeah. I agree with that, Captain Dadpool. And for me, if we can go back to what you said a minute ago, because on the research that I've been doing and kind of going down this path, and do I still buy into this Jesus character is you said, well, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but paraphrasing that you've at this point discounted the Gospels. And you don't really rely on them or put much stock or weight into them, however you worded that. And I've got to the same place now that is I think one of the kind of intimidating positions for somebody that's a former Christian to get to that point where it's like, I can't even read these books and trust these books. And as a former believer, that is those are the pillars. That's the cornerstone of the faith, are those four Gospels, because it talks about the virgin birth. They leave out the life of Jesus, but the virgin birth, and then the crucifixion and resurrection. And then when we talk about the resurrection, if he was actually real, to skip ahead, it's now we're just talking about a miracle of salvation. And we all know miracle is the last thing we go to, in trying to claim that something is true or real. So those are kind of the ways that I've kind of went through it, and I continue to. And those are just a few. But when you say that you've at this point kind of discounted and you read more of what Paul has to say, do you mind maybe digging a little deeper there and why you look at the Gospels the way you do?
Sure. So for anybody that doesn't know, Mark is really the only independent gospel that there is. And I should say that in quotations, because it's not really so much independent, because recent scholarship has shown that Mark actually utilizes Paul for its theology and other things. But as far as like the gospel narrative about Jesus's life, Mark is the only independent gospel. Matthew copies from Mark. Luke copies from both Matthew and Mark. And then John also uses all of the three other gospels in one way or another in order to create his narrative. So really, when you're looking at the Gospels, you've only got one independent source, and that's generally in history, which maybe Atheist Cats can correct me, but in history, what you're really looking for as far as solid historical references are independent sources that, that exist without any kind of influence from something else that could possibly inform it, because then you don't have an independent source. You just have somebody that's reporting what somebody else said, and which is fine on some occasions, but that doesn't mean then that you have two sources. Like, you'll have a lot of fundamentalists that say that we have got four different gospels, and so we have four independent sources. Not really. You really have one independent source there. So you really only have Mark. So let's look at Mark. Mark only ever cites the scriptures whenever it's whenever it's looking to source its information about Jesus. If you just look at the first couple of chapters of Mark, anytime anything happens in those first couple of chapters, it's always backed up by citing some kind of scripture reference. I mean, that's literally how Mark starts out, by citing scripture, because that's where he's getting a lot of his information from, is scripture. And all of the stories that are contained within it are very mythologized. They're parables that are meant to teach principles and the tenets of Christianity to this newly formed religion of Christianity. And so with all of that in mind, and the fact that it doesn't cite any kind of historical source, I feel like going to the Gospels is kind of a non-starter. To say that we can really find any kind of good, useful historical information about Jesus in the Gospels, it kind of means that you somehow have special knowledge about what is historical in there, when nobody else knows what is historical in the Gospels. So you can't trust anything that the Gospels say about Jesus. So why even use them to prove anything about Jesus's historicity?
Right. Completely agree. And that's kind of where I've found myself camping out, so to speak, on this conversation. And real quick, before we open it back, well, I'll ask this, and then maybe Atheist Cats or Jason or Captain Dadpool, if you want to jump in here. We did have a we got a couple here. So was Paul just trying to reinforce the Christian myth with his letters in order to place himself in a position of power?
I don't know if that's for me, but I don't think that he was reinforcing any kind of myth or anything like that to position himself in power. I mean, he genuinely felt like he was getting visions from Jesus, this archangel figure from Jewish mythology. He thought that he was getting visions and he was being taught things from him. And I mean, the reason why in Galatians 2, he goes back to Jerusalem and he confirms this gospel message that he's been preaching all this time, and he finds that he was preaching the same message as all the other apostles, is because it wasn't just hallucinations that he was getting his information from. He was getting them from the scriptures too. So it wasn't to place himself in a position of power. I really feel like he genuinely felt like he was chosen by God to preach this message, and he's given this knowledge, however it came to him, in order to preach it. So I don't think that he was just trying to place himself in a position of power.
Yeah, I think you have to be careful when you're looking at history of assigning motives to people unless there's evidence for that motive. As much as you might want to think that it was a power play or something, we have no evidence of any sort of writings that shows Paul's trying to do that. I think G is exactly right. From what we know, he believed this. And because he believed this, and we know people do some crazy things out of belief. So we need to be careful about assigning motive unless we have an actual reason to believe that.
Very good. Jason or Captain Dadpool?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'll be real quick. I would agree. I don't think he did it to. It's a great question because that has been demonstrated throughout time and history. Like the Prophet Muhammad, used that to elevate himself to a level of power. But I don't think that applies to Paul in this instance. He was heavily persecuted. I don't deny that as being accurately recorded in the scriptures. He went through a lot of very trying times because of his teachings and beliefs. So I wouldn't say that was the case here.
Yeah, as far as what Paul was doing, it seems that it was almost the exact opposite of what the question might imply. He doesn't seem to be trying to reinforce something to bolster his own power. His teaching got him in a lot of trouble, especially whenever he was in Palestine itself. The Christianity that existed there, he did not get along with very much, and we can just read his letters, and it's evident throughout. But as far as his own power, he didn't need something like that to kind of bolster it, because he was sort of creating his own power by starting his own congregations on multiple continents. And that's basically what he did. He went to a place where Jews existed, or where people familiar with this idea existed, and he started a new church, and he spent months or years building it up, and then he moved on to another place. And so I don't think he needed to write letters to try to do something like that to prop himself up. Though I do believe he certainly would have. He kind of comes across as sort of an internet troll whenever I read him. But no, I don't think that was the case. I think his power was well earned. He basically built congregations all across the Eastern Mediterranean world, and he seems to have done it despite the best efforts of Christians in or around Jerusalem.
Awesome. Well, everybody, thank you for that. And this is more of a, to Super Chat, more of a comment that I'll just address real quick, and then we'll go back. Jeff, I'll let you kind of steer the conversation here. But my brother Eddie, 10 minutes in, there are already unsubstantiated claims, fringe scholarship, 4 fallacies, and 1 misuse of a fallacy. And then later he talked about this is literally an echo chamber. Eddie, I love you, brother. This is not a debate. This is an open discussion. Six people, friends, and we don't even all necessarily agree. We're just trying to find out where we're at. So
Best friends. We're best friends.
We're best friends. We're all best friends in the world.
Also, didn't you spend like 30 years in rooms with people who said Jesus was real? And only rooms of people that said Jesus was real? I think we can have one night where we have some people that have a different opinion.
Yeah, very, very rarely do we have an entire stream full of just us naughty asshole atheists. We just don't do that very often. Actually, this might be one of the only times we've ever done this, but no, it's not an echo chamber, especially when you got people that are trying to figure out what their position is. But Jeff, what did you have in mind, man?
I want to bring up some common Christian comebacks when you say Jesus is a myth, and see what you think about that. So let's use one that says, well, how do you determine that Alexandre the Great wasn't a person in history, or X person wasn't a person in history, and saying that there's only 1 or 2 accounts of Alexander the Great or Pontius Pilate or whoever, and therefore that person might have existed too. So Tacitus and Josephus is enough to say that Jesus at least existed.
I guess I'll step in on this one. When we're trying to determine, this is so important in history that we can't be absolute that somebody existed or an event happened because of the amount of information. But when we get to something, we have to look at a lot of things. We got to look to see, are there primary documents, which are documents written at the time by eyewitnesses or people there. Most of the documentation for, say, even Alexander the Great was secondary, which is stuff written after the fact, much later. But the difference between the two is we also want sources from a wide variety of areas. We have writings and information about Alexander the Great from a large span of areas. Unfortunately, for Christians, all the information we really have about Jesus being a person is from one centralized location. And that centralized location did trade. It interacted with other people. And you would think if this stuff was happening, you would have information about these events or this person outside of Rome, outside of this concentrated area. I know Eddie's probably going to say something like the fallacy of silence or whatever, but that's what history is. That's how we determine things. If I don't have information from outside that area, I am less likely to see that as this is a real person.
Can I jump in here? I think too, what comes to mind is Pliny the Younger. He was presented with all these Christians and he didn't know what to do with them. He wasn't familiar with Christians and how to punish them and how to try them. And if you know about Pliny the Younger's resume, he was an impressive dude. He did a lot in his life. He would have known this about like how to handle these. He had to write a letter to the emperor being like, hey, what do I do with these? They haven't really committed any crimes that I know of. What do I do here? So that tells us one of two things. Either one, they were never really persecuted in the first place, or two, Christianity was almost extinct at one point in that period in history. He had to literally interrogate Christians in order to find out if they were Christian or not, and then determine whether to try and punish or execute them. But initially, yeah, he had no idea what to do with them, and he most certainly would have, given his position and his career.
Also, I want to add to that because you brought him up. In his letter to Trajan, what he referenced was that people worshipped this Christ as God. Not that it was a person, but it was being worshipped as this cursed Christ, these idols along with the other gods. So if I'm reading that and I'm looking at it, I'm actually going to go, well, this is more evidence that it's a mythological figure than an actual person because it's being worshipped as a god.
So if I could point this out, not to toot my own horn or suck my own dick, as it were, but in my app, I have this page, which you can barely see, but it says comparison to historical figures, right? And I have Alexandre the Great, Julius Caesar, Caesar, Pontius Pilate, Socrates, Spartacus, Tiberius, Trajan, Hadrian, Pius, I don't know how you pronounce his name, Caligula, and Hannibal. Those are currently all of the historical figures that are generally brought up. Each section in the app has an overview of how the arguments use, a very short clip of why it's not a convincing argument to use, and then a much more extensive explanation of the actual evidence we have in comparison with the evidence that we have for Jesus, which every single one of these, even Socrates, we have much less information for Jesus than we do for all these other historical figures. So it's a lot of information that's in that.
Does it make your blood boil when Christians say things like Jesus is the most written about person in history?
God. Yes.
That's my favorite one, because we can discuss in about 2 hours. We could read the whole of everything we know about this person. Maybe less than that. I don't know. Some of us might be faster readers. But, there's really not a whole lot for me to go off of. And I think that was the biggest shock for me coming from Christianity to atheism and actually researching who was Jesus. I don't really have any extra information that I already didn't know. There's not much else out there. So is there something else that we have similar evidence for, another historical figure that we have similar evidence for that we accept as an existing person, like Jesus with the, you know what I mean? Like, is there something that we accept that is similar in evidence to Jesus?
I mean, I can't think of anyone, because you also have to consider the fact that Jesus is kind of he's in a very specific reference class when you get down to it, because it's not just like a lot of people like to compare him, like to say that, oh, it's just some apocalyptic preacher in first century Judea who was going around making a lot of noise and got killed. I mean, that happened. In Josephus, he records the Egyptian who thought he was the Messiah. He even attacked Jerusalem from the Mount of Olives, just like it says in Scripture. But he failed. He ended up, he didn't die. He was just defeated. And he nobody followed him after that, as far as I can remember. But as far as what we're given about Jesus, especially in Paul, I cannot think of another historical figure, which I may be wrong, but I can't think of another person that we consider to be historical that only is reported to have appeared as a celestial vision to his followers at first. So, I mean, generally, see, I really like the comparison to like Islam or Mormonism, because in a good comparison would be that Jesus is more like the angel Gabriel, or the angel Moroni in both of those respective religions. And Paul would have been akin to Muhammad or Joseph Smith. And so, I mean, I feel like that's more of an apt comparison to Jesus than like a real historical figure in the past.
So I have a book that I've been reading. It's called Mythology. And in this book, it talks about a bunch of different gods and heroes from the past. And when I start reading some of these different gods and heroes, I see some very commonalities between a lot of these stories. What is that one? Papers. So I see a lot of commonalities. And then I start reading things about like the different Hercules, Greek and Roman Hercules, and how much documentation and how many historians referenced Hercules. I think there's like 12, don't quote me on this because I'm new to this, but I think there's about 12 Greek historians that reference Hercules. Can we say that Hercules was a real person based on that? Like, how would we dictate whether or not Hercules was real or not, considering I have more evidence for Hercules?
Same thing with like Osiris. Like Osiris was taught about as being an actual living being who then went on to become Pharaoh. I think if I'm still premature to this, just like you are, Jeff. But from what I understand, like he was taught as being an actual living person who walked and dwelled among his followers and interacted with humans in a very real way, and then ascended to some sort of celestial glory, which closely mimics so many other figures in mythology. So, yeah, weird parallels there.
Yeah, that definitely happened with Osiris. It also happened with Dionysus, Inanna, Baal, Zeus, countless others. Coincidentally, most of these also had mystery cults centered around them in the Mediterranean world. Many of these were described as being personal savior deities, just like our Jesus. This is a process called euhemerization, where you basically take a deity and you pretend that the deity was actually a real person who interacted with historic figures and then was sort of elevated to become a deity, and that's where the stories of the deity came from. And this was actually quite common. It was a fad for several hundred years. And Christianity actually fits right in the middle of that fad. It went on for centuries before Christianity and for a couple centuries after it got its start. And so it actually looks like someone was doing the same thing, just with a Jewish version of this, which also was common. They would take this sort of mystery cult recipe, and they would just source local ingredients. They would take things that were important to the population, to the religion, to the culture, and they would import that into the religion. And so the differences that you find between Christianity and other mystery cults are those differences that are essentially the messianic Jewish differences, the things that you would expect to find if the Messianic Jews decided to start their own version of a mystery cult, which I believe in Isaiah, they actually complain about Jews worshiping Inanna in, I believe, the city of Tyre. And so they were well aware of this type of activity. We also have, Dionysus and Osiris. Their cults were also popular throughout the region. So, they dealt with that. Baal, Zalmoxis, and a handful of others. So this was not something that was unknown to them. It was something that they were dealing with, and some Jews were actually upset about it.
Well, yeah, and if I can add, what the technical term for what we're talking about here is called syncretism. They syncretized the Jewish religion, transforming it into what we now see as Christianity. And if you really want a good hard link to that, it would be looking at like Philo of Alexandria and Paul, and comparing Philo's logos to Paul's Jesus, because both Philo and Paul were taught Greek. They knew how to write Greek. They originally wrote in Greek. the way that they came to know Greek and be able to write Greek was that, they were taught it in these pagan schools where they would have been influenced by these pagan ideas like these other mystery cults. So it's amazing to me how a lot of theists will act like the differences between Christianity and other mystery cults and other dying and rising God figures, like the differences means that the Christianity was not a mystery cult, or Christianity is in no way connected. And it's so freaking ridiculous whenever I hear them say this, because it's like the fact that they were different shows that they were just syncretized with these other ideas. I don't know. That's one of the ones that really grinds my gears. It's like, but they're different. That's expected. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. And I was loving grind my gears. I was loving hearing that. Grinds my gears. Real quick, we do have a super chat here from Atheist Chico that finally learned how to spell atheist, by the way, everybody. But we'll leave this open to the entire panel. I'd agree the Bible Jesus never existed. As a historical Jesus, just as demonstrable, surely some guy had to exist, maybe, ? I don't know. Also, Jeff is stanky. But other than that, even if it's not a Bible Jesus, was there a Jesus? I think is what he's trying to ask.
Well, this is where
Jesus.
I'm more on the fence. Oh, sorry. You wanted to jump in first, Jeff?
No, I was just going to say, or were there multiple Jesuses? I think it's more in where I'm at today, from reading, again, all these other, like starting to learn about the antiquities of the time, learning about the Mediterranean, learning about other religions and things going on. It seems to me, and maybe you guys can help me lead on this, but it seems to me that they attributed a lot of things to a singular person, and combined stories that may or may not have happened to a singular narrative.
For me, this is where that on the fence comes in, because if I'm looking
I just took a shower, I'm not stanky.
If I'm looking at this as purely a historian, not trying to say the divine part of it, there's enough little breadcrumbs out there that you could possibly say at least somebody influenced this idea of a person. But still, once you really get down into it, it's just that it's little breadcrumbs, and we're putting a lot of weight on those little pieces of evidence.
Yeah. Sorry.
I'm sorry. You go ahead. I've talked a lot in this stream, so you go ahead.
It's all good. Yeah, Jeff, I think you're onto something with that. There's so many parallels between the other Jesus that are mentioned in the Jewish Talmud and the biblical Jesus. There's a Jesus who was a carpenter who was executed by stoning. There's a Jesus who was executed for preaching apocalyptic end times against Rome. There was another Jesus who was executed for being a sorcerer. And a lot of Jesus' miracles closely parallel, like sorcery or black magic, like casting legion into the heart of swine and having them jump off a cliff, or spitting in the dirt and mixing the dirt with his blood or with his spit and wiping on the eyes and curing blindness, bread into flesh, blood into wine. Like those are all like closely mirror dark magic. So you have all these parallels from these multiple different people who were also likewise named Jesus. And it seems like they were just put together in like a megazord, Jesus in the New Testament. Yeah.
Well,
yeah, and so this sort of goes back to a question that was asked in the chat earlier, asking, if there was this idea that Jesus was not a real person, shouldn't we have some sort of documentation that says that? And, I think that's a very important question that can be used to answer what we're talking about here. Was there originally a guy? So we have our historical Jesus from the Gospels, but if we look back at Christian writings before the Gospels, such as our 7 letters of Paul, or the Epistle to the Hebrews, whoever wrote that. It's a forgery, but someone wrote it, or the Epistle of James, First Clement, anything like that, anything that, came from the first century other than the Gospels. And most of these things are, most of these predate the Gospels. If we read those and we look at what those texts say about Jesus, they are not silent about Jesus. This is not an argument from silence. They are very vocal about who Jesus was and what he did and where he lived. And they say things like he was created at the beginning of time, before the rest of the universe. He was the Son of God. And this is 1 Corinthians 8:6 and 10:1 through 4, Philippians 2:6 through 9, and Romans 8:3. So they're not talking about a man on earth. They're talking about someone who existed before the universe did. He is the Son of the Most High God, 1 Thessalonians 1:10. He's an angel, Galatians 4:14. He entered into a body of flesh made from the sperm of David, Romans 1:3. And something that... I'm sorry. Captain Dadpool said earlier about Paul not mentioning anything about Jesus's miracles. It's actually even worse than that, because in Philippians 2:6 through 11, he says that in that fleshly form, Jesus had no magical powers. He surrendered all of that when he entered into this body of flesh. He could not have worked miracles. He could not have performed exorcisms or raised anyone from the dead, because he gave up all of his magical powers. He was not handed over to anyone to be crucified by someone named Judas, who just means the Jews. According to Romans 8:32, he was handed over by God himself. And it just keeps going on and on and on. He wasn't killed by Romans, as we have in the Gospels, and he wasn't killed by Jews who stoned him, as we have in the Babylonian Talmud. According to 1 Corinthians 2:6 through 10, he was killed by angels. And it just keeps going on and on and on. He was raised through the power of his Father. All this stuff happened in a heavenly tabernacle, Hebrews 9:11. This did not happen on earth. It says he was a high priest of God's temple. It actually says in Hebrews 8:4 that he was never on earth as a holy man. The early Christian texts are not silent on Jesus. They say a great deal, and they say he was an angel. He was the Son of God. He's a pre-existent being. His message comes from scriptures and visions, Romans 16:25 to 26. And he didn't get the name of Jesus until after his resurrection, Philippians 2:9. And he didn't start appearing to people in visions until after his resurrection. And that's, he first appeared to Peter, 1 Corinthians 15:5. So, yeah, we do have things from before the Gospels. And when they talk about Jesus, they don't say these little vague things where maybe it could kind of go either way. The stuff they say is extraordinary. And they are saying that he's a deity. He's a god. He was never on earth. He died up in a heavenly temple that was not crafted by human hands. He was killed by angels. He was handed over by God. He never worked miracles in this form. And that, this early Christian writings, that isn't even the beginning. Because if we go back to texts like Zechariah 3 and 6, Daniel 9, Isaiah 53, we find more of the same. Hundreds of years before Christianity, they were talking about this suffering servant who was the Son of God and who did all of these things, who was killed by these evil forces. This was done to atone for the sins of the whole universe, and would then be resurrected and elevated, and on and on and on. This is not a first century phenomenon. This is something that Messianic Jews have been talking about pretty much since they encountered Zoroastrianism. centuries before the New Testament, they were talking about this. And that's what really convinced me, is that they're talking about this mythical figure for hundreds of years before the Apostle Paul was even born. And that, I find it hard to say, okay, well, these myths all existed for centuries, but there still must have been a guy. Well, in that case, Jesus would have had to have lived in around 350 or 400 BC. And in that case, that's not our Jesus either, because our Jesus maybe lived in 75 BC or 30 AD or anywhere in between, or wherever the Christians decided to place him, which kind of depended on which Christians you talked to.
And Paul would have known this. Like, he would have known these stories because of his
He
position.
quotes them. Yeah, he quotes them in his. He quotes them repeatedly.
It would be easy to understand where he would get his influence for claiming some of these things, especially if he were to have some sort of
Some
little vision.
And just real quick, and Jason and G, I would actually love to hear you two, your input on this, because this is what I hear when I have the mythicism talk. Oh, where did it go? There it is. So what about Paul saying if he wasn't resurrected, Christianity is for nothing?
Ooh, so this is a good one. It's a common misconception that a resurrection means that he was, I guess, living on earth. Minimal mythicism places Jesus's death and resurrection in the celestial realm, but that's a lot closer to home than a lot of people realize. For the Jews, the celestial realm, the lower parts of the heavens, was right above the firmament. So we're talking about like right above the ozone layer, like right where, these were things that were happening right on top of the earth, right? And so for the Jews, this was a physical place, just like Sheol or hell to the Jews was a physical place. Jesus had a physical body. In fact, he had a body made out of David's sperm that God magically kept in some kind of fashion, and fashioned a body for Jesus. And I remember, I believe it was Jason that mentioned the ascension of Isaiah when he was introducing himself. The ascension of Isaiah, the earliest redaction we have, explicitly has this happening. And this is a first century Christian document where this person Isaiah, the prophet Isaiah, sees Jesus descending from the upper parts of the heaven down to the lower parts of the heaven, where Satan and his demons are waiting. And they don't know that Jesus is the Son of God. Like they don't understand that. And they crucify him and they kill him, and he resurrects, thereby defeating the Satan and his demons in the lower parts of the heaven and resurrecting back up into the upper parts of the heaven. Because a lot of people also don't understand that in Jewish mythology, there are 7 levels to heaven. And Jesus descending from the upper levels to the lower levels, him shedding all of his godlike powers and everything like that, and being crucified by Satan in order to defeat Satan. I mean, all of these things like physically happened in a celestial plane, but that celestial plane was really just right above the earth.
And in the ascension of Isaiah, that's where Satan was cast right into the lower level of heaven, to where he could influence what happens on earth. And then in older Jewish mythologies, it says that Jesus was the counter to that, because they're both archangels. And then Satan actually kills Jesus in the ascension of Isaiah. Is that correct? Do I remember that right?
Yeah. So in the ascension of Isaiah, that is correct. There's a multi-layered heaven. There are 7 different levels. I believe you have to get passwords to pass through the lower 3. After that, you get into the firmament, which is part of the earthly realm. And that's not just, the ground. That extends all the way up to the great glass dome that covers the earth. And
most in the comments what you think the password should be.
Right, right, and it was assumed that the earthly realm was ruled by evil forces. It says that, like 1 Corinthians 2:6-10
He's the
talks
prince of
about
this
the
world.
archons who rule the world, who rule this age. This was a Zoroastrian idea, so it existed for centuries before this. That evil spirits controlled the earth, and there was this big battle going on, and part of this in this Messianic Judaism was a blood atonement sacrifice. Sacrificing goats and things like that could only do so much. If you want to purify the entire world, you're going to need something more powerful. And so they would sacrifice a god. And this would only happen once. Jesus was that god. And this is why he gets that body of flesh, is so that he can pass into this realm in disguise, so that the demons that live up there in the sky, in the realm of the firmament, just below the first heaven, they won't recognize him as the Son of God. They won't recognize him as the Lord. They'll just think that he was a person possibly trying to ascend into heaven. And then he gets ambushed and he gets killed. And this whole scene seems to have actually been taken from an even older story called The Descent of Inanna, where literally the exact same thing happens. This multi-layered, repetitive descent where gradually the divinity is stripped away and becomes more and more mortal, to the point where she becomes unrecognizable, and so on and so on. But if you want to know more about the ascension of Isaiah, because it's one of those things that most people just have never even heard of, my next episode of the podcast, which drops tomorrow afternoon, is going to go through the entire ascension of Isaiah and how it relates to this specific topic. So check that out if you're not familiar with it.
This password sounds a lot like Mormon stuff.
That's where they got it.
Yeah.
This is an old Jewish idea. The Qumran sect, the Dead Sea Scrolls, they talk about this along with a bunch of other weird stuff, such as like the priesthood of Melchizedek and things like that. But yeah, that's basically where the Mormons got it. The same thing with the idea that humans would essentially become their own gods or their own angels and, fly up into heaven as these divine beings and everything else. That's an old Christian idea that kind of fell out of fashion, but then the Mormons brought it back.
So I'm still kind of fresh atheist, like I've only been into this for about 4 or 5 years. One of the first things that I started reading, I started with the typical books that we all read, like for me, like Deconverted and Seth Andrews stuff. And then once you start getting through the deconversion process and you start actually studying Christianity for the first time, start going a little bit deeper and learning things about Christianity. And reading Bart Ehrman, and I read his blog. I read a lot of other Christian scholars that I'd like to know where this stuff came from. And one of the things I did not know, being raised Catholic, I should have probably known this, but I did not know early Christians, like with the first few councils of Nicaea, how divided they were on very simple topics like when Jesus became God. When there were competing ideas, and you can watch them kind of form Christianity and form Jesus to fit whatever mold. I don't think a lot of Christians know that there was this debate in a room with dudes deciding what the hell they were talking about. It's interesting. It wasn't very clear. And as naive as I was, I always kind of assumed that Jesus died and we had the Bible. We had these writings, and that's not what happened, and I think a lot of Christians don't know that. So, what was it really, as you're starting to learn this, like that molding process of Jesus? Can you talk a little bit about how those councils of Nicaea came together and what they were debating?
Well, the Council of Nicaea and everything like that. Those weren't really establishing the biblical texts exactly. I think that they probably labeled some books as heresies, but the Bible that we know of today actually came together at about mid-2nd century. The last time I checked, what the councils were doing were arguing the finer points. of the religion, like whether or not the Bible was God breathed, like, or God inspired and stuff like that. I'm fairly certain that the mythology of Jesus was actually pretty well solidified by the time it got to the councils, like of Nicaea and everything. You know, a lot of people have the mistaken concept that, like, these councils of Nicaea nailed down some of the, I guess, the narrative of Jesus. But I really think that by the time that the councils got, put together and everything like that, like, the narrative of the gospel Jesus, the gospel version of Jesus, had already been pretty well written. I mean, there were other gospels that came about. There were obviously other gospels that were being written at the time, and the ruling, I guess, the ruling class of Christians at the time, I mean, they labeled them heresies and stuff like that. But as far as like the actual story of Jesus goes, I think that he was pretty well established prior to the councils.
Yeah, I think you gotta also remember with the councils, it was actually less about Christianity in the Bible and more about political plays. You had these different groups trying to gain power over the other groups. So their idea, for example, the Trinity, was the one that would be accepted. They would gain power and be able to push out these other people who are trying to gain power from them. So I think when you start talking about the council, you have to look that layer down underneath to see what the actual people were trying to do and accomplish for their positions. And on that one, we do know what their motives were. So G is right. It was less about saying up what Jesus was and all this history. Is more about, hey, my group wants the power. We have this certain idea of what it should be. We need to get the others out of the way.
Yeah, Nicaea was primarily about the Arian controversy. Basically, they were using Christianity to try to unify the Roman Empire, and then right off the bat, this guy named Arius kind of starts some trouble, and there's this big debate. I think it was mainly around the relationship between God and Jesus. Were they the same? Were they different? Was Jesus
or when he
subservient
became
to God? Stuff like that. And they were like, okay, well, we didn't realize questions like this would pop up this early. And so they got all the bishops together. They all sat down in a room. And over the course of several days, they essentially kind of voted as to, what the nature of Jesus kind of was, to get into essentially a ginormous semantic argument about it. Arius lost and kind of ran off, and then Christianity just moved on. As far as like the scriptures went, it was Bart Ehrman actually has this whole lecture series all about it. But there was a guy, I think, in Alexandria who had come up with the 26 books of the New Testament. But it wasn't for all of Christianity. No bishop had that kind of power. It was for his congregation, his people in his region. But those were already extremely popular books by the time this was done. And it was just more and more people were gradually accepting this sort of common collection of Christian literature. Though even when in the late 4th century and early 5th century, when they were really stamping out Bibles and churning these things out, even then the Bibles were not, they were not identical. You look at Codex Vaticanus and Codex Sinaiticus, and they have different books in them. They have books that our Bibles do not have. Things like the Epistle of Barnabas and the Didache and the Shepherd of Hermas. I think there's a whole other section to Acts that your Bible doesn't have. And some of these, there were books in the Codex Sinaiticus that some of the other Bibles from that time didn't have. And basically what would happen is someone would get a list of books to put in the Bible, and they would think, well, there's this other book that I like, so surely it must go in there too. And they would just stick it in.
Yeah.
And they would also do this when they got to a verse. If they're writing a gospel and they get to a part and they're thinking, man, it'd be really cool if Jesus did this. Well, surely he must have done it, and I guess this is a good place to put it. And they just stuck it in there. The whole thing where he catches the crowd catches the adulteress, and they haul her out, and Jesus comes along. Oh, let he who is without sin cast the first stone. That's not in our oldest manuscripts. That came much, much later. Robert Price talked about where that story came from, and I can't remember it, but it's actually a myth about someone else entirely. And somewhere, I don't know, 5th, 6th century AD, a Christian read it, liked it, and said, I bet Jesus would have done something like that, and just stuck it in the gospel.
It's stuck.
And so the evolution of Christian text and the canonical gospels, it was a slow organic process, but it had its roots all the way back in the 2nd century, and there were bishops at that time who were actually using what would become our New Testament all the way back then, even before an official Bible even existed. But when one did exist, it was the Marcionite Bible, and other Christians decided that was a heresy, and they rounded them all up and burned them. And so there were a bunch of different Bibles, but ours sort of goes back to the 2nd century, but it wasn't really official. It was just popular, and then later became official.
Well, you know what that means. It's time to get your questions. Questions in the comments. Get your questions in the comments. Did Jesus exist? Do you have proof? Do you have a question that might stump us? We have a group and a panel here, willing and able to answer every question you might have. Take advantage of it. Cats, do you wear aftershave?
No.
Okay, cool. That question's been answered. Does Oz
I
have hair
wasn't
under his
nice
hat?
enough to actually shave for this and wear a clean shirt. So,
Hey, thanks.
Shave. I shaved right before we started. Not
you
really.
sure? You seem to miss a whole lot around here.
Not here or here so much, but right about here.
Right here.
Shout out Tommy
And
Boy.
unibrow.
So before we get this off the rails, because usually we ask this about just atheism in general. What would you say to somebody that is on the, asking questions, or skepticism has crept in, that sort of thing. For the ones that kind of have already solidified their position as a mythist, and you're there, and then there are people like Atheist Cats and Jeff, Captain Dadpool, myself, Godless Engineer, Jason. What would you guys say? What would be your encouragement to help us find the right pathway to truth? That's what we always talk about. How do we find that right pathway to truth in this conversation?
Well, my go-to is to watch debates between like the experts. Having both sides there discussing the topic at hand and seeing, what seems more convincing. Because, like, I don't know, to me, it feels very lopsided when you get to the historicity question, because you have all these New Testament scholars and everything like that have supposedly already set the bar for whether or not Jesus is historical. And the problem is that most of those scholars also think that Jesus resurrected from the dead. And they use basically the same arguments to prove both ideas, that he existed and that he rose from the dead. So that's always been kind of curious for me. But I would just suggest do like Atheist Dadpool is doing. And reading books from both sides, Richard Carrier or Price or anybody else versus Ehrman or somebody of that, I guess, caliber. Reading both of the way that they both substantiate their claims, because I think that what you'll see is that on mythicism, especially the strongest mythicism argument being the minimal mythicism that Carrier puts forth in his book, you'll find that there's a lot of evidentially supported claims. But on the historicist side, I find that there's a lot of speculation going on. Like, they just speculate that there's these sources. They speculate that, like, Aramaic was what Jesus spoke, and so any Aramaic in the Gospels is what Jesus really said, kind of thing. And so they just end up speculating. But I implore everybody to just read both sides or listen to both sides in a debate for yourself and figure out what convinces you, or figure out what seems the most parsimonious, or what explains the most amount of the information that we have. Just, do that for yourself. And I think that whichever way you come out of it, I know I'll be happy about it, but at least you've considered the question for yourself.
Right. And Jason, I'll let you speak on this too. I just want to remind everybody that we are taking questions, and Murdershed Steve will be recording them. We'll get to those here in a moment. So if you do have questions, get them in there. And anybody on the panel that wants to discuss that, we can do that. But Jason, what would be your encouragement or recommendation there?
If someone is on the fence and they're not sure which way to go, I would say two things. First, we have really bad evidence. Christians did a really good job of deleting a great deal of their own history, and they never told us why. We can speculate that they were trying to hide something, and it was probably an embarrassment about what the earliest Christians believed, but that's just speculation. So if you can't come to a conclusion, that's okay. And it's okay to believe one way or the other because we don't have good evidence. So it doesn't really matter. We're talking about a fictional character. Whether it was based on a real guy or not kind of doesn't matter. But if you kind of want an answer, then I would tell you what I told my listeners a year ago. And that would be to read the New Testament in chronological order. Start with the 7 authentic letters of Paul. This would be 1st and 2nd Corinthians, 1st Thessalonians, Galatians, Philippians, Philemon, and Romans. Start with that. Read those 7 letters. They're not actually that long. Romans and the Corinthians letters are kind of long, but after that, they're all pretty short. Read those, and you get a good idea of what mid-1st century Christians believed. And after you read that, your opinion on Jesus might change. I had several listeners who actually emailed me after they took my advice and did that. And basically the response I kept getting was, holy crap, the Bible just said Jesus never existed, which it kind of does if you read it in chronological order. So that's what I would say. Just don't read those letters in the context of the Gospels because they didn't exist yet, and they wouldn't exist for decades. Read it in order and see what the Bible tells you.
Absolutely. And then before we get to Q&A, I've got like at least a handful of requests. They said there's somebody named Brocephus that's on with us tonight. Is that real?
I think someone's like using Josephus as Brocephus is a little clever play on words.
No. Brocephus is my hillbilly character.
Oh, okay.
I'm very Southern, especially 4 beers in, and I typically do a very Southern.
Oh my God! Can you do it for us?
Here I'll do the Christian one. Hold on.
I've not seen this yet.
What's up, y'all? I'm Bro Cephas. How y'all doing? Y'all talking about Jesus shit? Listen, if you don't suck Jesus' dick, then you don't get into heaven. Okay? I don't know how many times I have to preach from the pulpit about this shit. If you don't do it, you get sent to hell. You burn forever.
You get sent to hell, not hell. You get sent
Hail.
to hell.
What? That's how you pronounce it. Hail. You got to
Have gay
scream it
sex
from the
with Jesus or
pulpit.
you go to hell.
Yeah.
And Bro Cephas, what I need to know is, where does everybody else on this panel right now locate those specific shades?
Well, these? Oh, I don't. I just typed in Jesus Christ glasses. Jesus Christ aviators. You'll be able to find multiple outlets on Etsy.
All right, and Bro Cephas, why we
Amazon.
why we have you up here? Since you just came on the stream, I'm going to ask you the most important question of the evening. Have you ever seen the inside of a murder shed?
What? A murder shed? Only when I suck Jesus' dick.
Oh, well, hello, everybody. So I want to tell a quick story. A few years back, I went out on a date with a nice young lady, and things were going really, really well. We wound up having a nice evening in the park, and one thing led to another, and I was nailing her in the park. Well, I recently found out that it's kind of lucky that I didn't get caught doing this, because supposedly crucifixion isn't legal anymore. Did you guys know that? How's it going, everybody?
How's it going?
That was a nice twist there. I love that joke.
Hey, you know, GE. I don't even know why we're even having this discussion, because I got to say, if Jesus was real, they wouldn't call it a crucifixion. They would call it crucifact.
Boom. Nailed it.
So that's what this feels like, being on the other side, hearing it from this end. Wow.
Indeedy do. So I suppose we can get right into questions. Oz, how you doing up there, bud?
What's up, dog?
You getting any snow down by you?
We had like 12 inches the other night, and then now it's all gone.
So Atheist Frank
yeah,
is
12 inches last
wondering,
night.
does this actually matter for advocating the Christian position?
Advancing.
I have to mispronounce one word. Thanks, Captain Dadpool. It's in the contract. Even if he existed,
I'm sorry, I was unaware.
it's okay. It's okay. Even if he existed, it doesn't mean he was God.
It means we can start at square one, not square five.
Well, so this entire conversation is very niche, and generally, at least in my opinion, I say, only discuss this particular topic with somebody that's looking to discuss like historicity of the Bible and Jesus in general. So, I mean, I wouldn't suggest bringing this up to your general Christian unless they start throwing around like, well, we know Jesus existed in history, because then, I mean, they've kind of stepped into the puddle of the conversation. But generally, I would say that for most conversations that are being had, like as far as atheists versus Christians go, really the important part, I guess, is whether or not Jesus was God, which he obviously wasn't. So I would say that's the important part. But I mean, I don't know. The one of the reasons why I got into advocating for mythicism was because, I mean, I don't know. It kind of spices it up a little bit for me. I mean, it kind of changes things about a little bit. Like, oh, did he really even exist? It causes you to think a bit deeper
It makes
onto
people gasp.
the religion question. Huh?
That makes people like take a step back. What did you
Yeah.
say?
What
Mythicist?
that if word, if he existed?
I said there was a TikTok live with some dude, and he's, I'm a Bible scholar, and I was like, Jesus didn't exist, and then it just dipped out, and like hours later, this dude was sending me messages trying to like prove Jesus's existence and like trying to figure out if I was a mythicist.
As a historian, yes, most historians think that Jesus was an actual person. But as said, it really doesn't matter. The only reason it matters is if you have a real person, then you can then say, then it could have been crucified. If it's not a real person, then it could have been crucified, and that kind of dispels that whole, kind of takes away the foundation. But I mean, ultimately, whether it's real or not real, you still got to prove the divinity part for Christianity or for any God claim. So this is more of to be honest, it's more of an intellectual idea for me than one that's going to make me question whether or not I'm a Christian or an atheist. I'm definitely an atheist.
Well,
Mhm.
even if a Jesus existed and was crucified, that's not an out of the ordinary thing for the time.
Well, that's true.
You'd have to prove the resurrection, and you'd have to prove,
right.
All those points.
But for them, at least it's a foundation point of you got to have a person to actually crucify.
Right. Oz, did you have something?
No, I was just telling Atheist Cats to go ahead and preach that message.
Oh, well, I was going to cut you off anyway. Dead on Revival is wondering, where do you all stand on Paul? You kind of touched on it earlier, but do you all think that Paul believed that Jesus was a real human being, or do you think that he was mistaken or making it up?
I think that Paul fully believed that Jesus was something like an archangel or a lesser deity, the son of the Most High God. He actually says this repeatedly. 1 Thessalonians 1:10, Galatians 1:3. He says that his Messiah is the Son of God. He says that he was created at the beginning of time. He never says that he was a human on earth, at least not in any way where we can point to it and say, oh yeah, he's very clear and unambiguous. He never does that. The only time you find that is in these interpolations that were inserted into the text at a much later date. But no, I think that Paul fully believed what he was writing, and I think he fully believed that Jesus, like many of these other personal savior deities, was a son of the Most High God, and he existed up in the heavens and suffered and died for the atonement of sins. I think that's what he believed. I don't think he was making it up.
I have a rebuttal / question about that, Jason. My one hang up with that is at one point Paul refers to Jesus as Jesus of Nazareth, and I'm trying to find where exactly that was. It was definitely in one of the 7 epistles that are considered to be, authored by him. I'm having trouble finding it now in my notes. But he definitely uses the term Jesus of Nazareth. Wouldn't that be referring to a physical person?
Can you find where that is?
I'm working on it. I really am. Okay. I have so many notes. I'm trying to.
Yeah, I don't remember. I don't remember a verse, but that doesn't mean it's not there. For me, as far as the Paul question goes, I think that Paul considered Jesus to be a physical being, but in the celestial sense. In several or in one particular passage of Paul, Paul says that Jesus's body was like our future resurrection bodies, and like Adam and Eve's body. They were all created by God. So I think that Paul thought that he had a physical body, but that's because the lower heavens, where he supposedly was crucified and died, was a physical place to the Jewish people.
Right. That was a body that was created for him by his father. And we see a reference to that in Philippians 2:5-6 and Romans 1:3. It says it was manufactured by the sperm of David, which is another Zoroastrian idea. This goes back to the myth of the Saoshyant. Whenever Zarathustra was swimming in a lake, some of his sperm was extracted. It was then kept by these heavenly spirits, and it would be preserved so that in the far future, the Saoshyant could come to Earth, and it was basically a Messiah. That's actually what Saoshyant means. It was their Messiah. And this one was... it came from this sperm taken from Zarathustra. And we just see that same thing being ported over into Christianity. This time it's coming from David and not Zarathustra.
I actually think there was something in that question that I thought was interesting. A real human being. And I'm not sure any of them thought of him as a human being because of that divinity connection. It was always this half man, half God thing. So while I do think he definitely thought he was a person, I'm not sure if he thought of him as a human, but always connected to that divinity connection.
I've got a question for the panel. Any of you chop wood regularly?
Have you seen me?
Well, anybody who does, I highly recommend putting a reflex optic on the axe. I'll tell you what, I never miss.
I believe it. The red dot sight?
Yep. I got a question for GE specifically. Do you know of any contemporary writings that mention the natural anomalies that occurred during the crucifixion? An example, black sky, earthquake, etc.
Well, there are things that apologists will refer to on occasion, but none of them can be solidly linked to actual anomalies happening after the crucifixion. Let's see. I know one of the ones that's coming to my head is Thales. He's referenced usually as far as like a dark, I believe either a darkness or an earthquake. I can't remember.
Thales is supposed to be the eclipse of the sun.
Eclipse of the sun. That's right.
Right.
And there's another person supposedly references an earthquake that happened, but I mean, I can't remember exactly all of the actual sources that people claim, but ultimately every single one of them are either interpolated or they're not actually like linked to the crucifixion. That like even in the source material, it doesn't say, oh, and this happened after Jesus was crucified. Like it's simply just not in the source material.
I will point out that a lot of scientists actually look at that claim of the eclipse happening, and they don't see an eclipse happening over Passover during that time period when he would have been crucified. So again, it's that there's no actual connection between any sort of event and when the crucifixion was supposed to happen.
Anybody else got any input on that one? No? No. Where is a good place to find the history of the Bible, or I'm sure information on the historicity of the Bible?
Not in the Bible.
Well, coincidentally, Richard Carrier does have a PDF out there. It's a journal article he wrote that actually summarizes the current scholarship on the history of the Bible. So I can actually, I'll try to find that and I'll get that to TART guys so that they can put it in the description if you want.
If you're trying to find historical information, historians, whatever source you do check, first make sure it's an academic source. Don't go for a blog. Don't go for just a general website. Try to find an actual academic source. And also research who's the actual historian or scholar that's writing it. Because if you're just looking at, you need to make sure you know what the biases of that writer is, whether it is atheist or somebody who is working for a Christian organization. So there's no real good one source. You just need to try to pick up a couple of them together and make sure you're getting balanced information and not just from one side or the other on that.
I got a question from Vesper. Would you agree that the earliest parallel to Jesus is with Damazid and Inia? I don't know.
Demuzid and Tammuz and Nana.
Yeah.
I
Anybody?
don't know all of them.
Yeah, I got nothing.
Well, yeah. So, I mean, there's some parallels there. You're not really, when you're looking for parallels, you're not only looking for, oh, hey, this thing appears here, but also appears here. Therefore, this is significant. Because you can pull random parallels from anything. What you're looking for, whenever you're looking for, parallels between things, you're looking for not only a substantial amount of paralleled information, but also that they appear in the exact same order in each. And that's where the Anana comes, like the myth, one of the myths of Anana comes in, because the way that Anana supposedly dies and resurrects is very similar to the passion that Jesus goes through, especially in the ascension of Isaiah. If you read the descent of Anana and then read the portion of the ascension of Isaiah that talks about, Jesus descending from the upper levels of heaven to the lower levels of heaven and being crucified and dying by Satan's hand and then resurrecting, you'll see a lot of parallels in the exact same order in both. And this is because of the fact that, the people that were writing these things and coming up with these things were actually intelligent rabbis who were taught in these pagan schools, how to write Greek and all this other stuff. So they were definitely influenced by these myths.
I've got one more question before we wrap up Q&A. This one's from Eddie. Super chat, first one of the day on the Q&A, if you will. Although I chatted in defense heavily, I appreciate the different perspectives and apologize for the echo chamber comment. Thank you, Eddie. So, why do you guys hate God?
I had a goldfish when I was little, and he didn't make it. Ever since then, I've just had this little vendetta against him.
I just want to live my sinful life. And so I reject the idea of a God. Even though I know one's real, I just pretend it's not so I can live my sinful life.
So, Jeff, you would say that you just love sin more than you love God.
Yeah,
not
I
necessarily hate God.
Yeah, I worship Charles Darwin, and in The Origin of Species, he actually says that to believe in evolution, it is a requirement that you first hate God and then understand the natural biodiversity.
Praise Darwin.
I wasn't loved enough as a kid, and so fuck God.
Very fair
To
answers.
become TikTok famous.
All of which are very fair answers. Well, that's all the questions that I have for today. Thanks for stopping by the Murdershed, where answers get questioned.
so scared. But thank you guys for coming on. And Samuel Doodle, just so you know, I don't really like cats. I tolerate the cat.
Can I donate for you to get a cat?
Well, screw you, Oz. I don't like you either.
Oz, I'll just fucking buy you a cat.
Thanks.
In fact, don't even ask. Like, we're just already sending several to your home.
I'm gonna contact the local shelter and just find the pissiest cat that you can find in the place and just send it to his house. Does it shit everywhere? Get one that shits everywhere.
Don't give a needed to eat cocks, family.
Lovable cat.
Hold on. See, GE, why'd you have to get? Because I got married, and I love my wife. I love her kids, and they have this one little fucking cat that wants to fucking shit everywhere. And it's like, I actually don't have a problem with you because we have these filters in the house that, because I really am allergic to them, but these filters, like, I don't have any issues as far as breathing or anything like that.
Yes.
But this little fucker shits everywhere.
I think you have a behavioral problem,
yes,
probably because you don't believe in God.
It may be. I don't give a shit. I'm not ready to get rid of the cat just like I got rid of the God.
The poop is the allegory for the evidence we have of Jesus.
Have you tried praying about it?
Yeah.
God is using the
praying
cat to test your faith.
Jason, would you like to come over
No.
and pray for my cat?
Oz, you got to go the full Jewish route, and you just got to sacrifice a goat.
Ooh,
If that doesn't work, try two.
There are instructions near the end of Exodus. It'll tell you exactly how to do it. You're going to need a brazier and some meat hooks, and there's lots of stuff you're going to need.
Parts.
Basically, Oz, look, what you got to do is you got to bedazzle a couple of dildos, right? And you got to put it on an altar. And then what you got to do is get Murdershed Steve over there to rip open the goat and get all of its entrails out. And then you have to burn the entrails to ash because God loves it when you burn entrails.
It's true.
And then what you got to do is you got to take a paintbrush, right? Dip it in the goat's blood and then just go fucking crazy with it everywhere. And then you'll solve your cat shitting everywhere problem.
This sounds like
science.
Hold on. G, all that made sense, but where do we bring the dildos back into the picture?
Oh,
That's the
well,
best
I mean,
part.
you gotta
Don't bring it back
do it
after
in
that.
front of the dildo altar.
Okay.
This is definitely my kind of party. I've been doing this every Friday night for the past 15 years. You guys just come on over to my place. We'll sacrifice another goat, and then I make cheese on Sunday.
I was about to say, do we get to eat the goat still?
Cheese.
Yeah, of course.
No.
Only
Only the secondary parts, like the dick. That's the only part that you can eat.
I was going to say only if you marinate it while using the butt plugs. Just
Let's
saying.
all go eat a dick.
We're getting demonetized.
Well, that's what all the Christians are saying tonight. All these guys can go eat a dick.
But my wife said this is way more complicated than just sacrificing the cat.
Now, you joke about using dildos in some kind of Jewish ritual, but according to, I believe, First Kings, there used to be a big row of giant dildos outside the Jerusalem temple. They actually say that the Asherah poles were giant phallic statues. I believe it's First Kings. To properly worship Yahweh, you needed like 40-foot tall dildos outside your temple.
Nice.
So he wouldn't listen to your prayers otherwise.
Noted.
Noise. And
that explains why he doesn't answer my prayers. I don't have one.
Was anybody shocked or caught off guard that Jason had a scripture for giant dildos?
Not at all.
I haven't even covered that episode yet.
Yeah, you need to make that's the next week episode right there.
Yeah. Once I get done with this giant detour into the New Testament, I'm going into First Kings. So yeah, the giant dildo episode will be coming up.
So that's after slavery, but before child murder.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure it'll be coming up.
Out of all the God claims I ever heard, Size Queen wasn't one of them.
All right. So to wrap this one up, thank you guys so much for this conversation tonight. I have a little fun twist for the end, and then Jeff, you and I, before everybody goes, we'll have a little fun. And where do we stand? We talked about that. Where do we stand after this conversation tonight? Taking notes and everything. But well, Atheist Cats, we'll start with you again. One more time, just plug yourself, whether it's TikTok or whatever you got going on. But then briefly share your favorite Bible scripture that you've read that is just, to you, it's absurd. It's just an absurdity. It's nonsense.
Okay, for me, you can find me on TikTok at Atheist Cats. You can find me looking around TART on the shows as a mod on the Discord channel. As far as my most absurd scripture, it's the one I keep going to, and I can never remember the name and numbers, but it basically, you have this guy who's walking and some children is yelling at him and making fun that he's bald. So what he does, he calls to God for a curse, and down comes bears to kill 42 children. That's a pretty heavy fine for just insulting someone.
As a bald guy, I approve that punishment. Those kids had it coming, man.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Fuck them little assholes.
Oh man. Oh, okay. Never mind.
You know what, Jeff? We're skipping you.
That's my Bible verse is yours.
2 Kings, yeah.
Look at that wash rag on top of his head. All right, Captain Dadpool, where they can find you, and then what is your most ridiculous favorite scripture?
So yeah, I'm pretty exclusively on TikTok right now. On my TikTok, there's on my bio, I have a few links like to my Instagram, but I don't really post much atheist content on that. It's more like my other hobbies and pictures of my kids and my cats. So if you're into that sort of thing, you can find me on there too. But I'm pretty exclusive to TikTok right now. A weird scripture to me is Job 10:10. Did you not pour me out like milk and curdle me like cheese? God curdled us like cheese.
That did not turn me on. That did not turn me on at all.
Didn't think it would.
And I am eagerly anticipating this one. Jason, what do you have going on, and what is the most ludicrous scripture in your opinion?
So I'm finishing up my massive detour into the sort of like the strange origins of Christianity, which started a year ago and has taken us through the entire book of Enoch, a sizable portion of the New Testament, and tomorrow we'll be concluding with the ascension of Isaiah. As far as where you can find me, facebook.com/dragonsandgenesis, dragonsandgenesis.com, youtube.com/dragonsandgenesis podcast, or get your favorite podcast app such as Stitcher, Spreaker, iHeartRadio, whatever, and just search Dragons and Genesis and look for the big orange logo with Godzilla attacking Jerusalem. It's the only one with Godzilla in the logo. So, as far as my most ludicrous scripture, I would have to say the end of Genesis 30 to beginning of 31, when Jacob decides that he's going to initiate this special breeding program for sheep or goats, and because he knows more about science than we do, he puts up a bunch of striped sticks, and when the goats are mating and they see the sticks, their offspring are all born with stripes, because that's how genetics works. And so he ends up getting all of these striped goats because he had bet his father-in-law, he basically had a wager going with him. And then when his father-in-law turned the tables on him and said, okay, well, you can only have the goats that are solid colored, he then put a bunch of solid colored sticks out there, and he ended up with all these solid colored goats. And this allowed him to generate a massive flock of sheep or goats, and also marry 2 of his cousins and their personal slaves. And so, yeah, I thought that was a pretty fun one. And I've tried this breeding program. It doesn't work. Yeah.
Why?
Personal experience.
I read the Bible countless times. Why did I not remember this story? And why is it every single time I think I know everything that's in the Bible that's ridiculous, somebody has another one?
Yeah, I don't remember that one either.
I just looked it up and I'm like, nope, it's in there.
It's in there. It's in there.
In this. I don't remember that at all.
That's what I said. If you don't listen, because I listen to as much of Jason's stuff as I can with us running our own channel, and he is a plethora of.
He's a Rolodex, man.
Yeah, where it's like it's all right there on hand.
Now, if we count extra biblical material, then I would say the Book of Watchers from Enoch, because you have mile-high giants that came to Earth because angels had sex with women. And then they started drinking each other's blood, and it all went crazy.
Oh yeah,
that's a really fun one.
That's like
I know about that.
Cats and goats and shit. Yeah. Godless Engineer even looks like he's about to throw up. But gee, thanks for joining us again. Where everybody can find you, and then what is the most absurd scripture in your opinion?
There's a lot to pick from that. If you want to find me, I'm here on YouTube at Godless Engineer, and pretty much any other social media out there. I'm at Godless Engineer, whether that be TikTok, Instagram, Twitter. I don't know where else. Facebook, Godless Engineering on Facebook. We got a group on Facebook as well as a page. But as far as the most ridiculous, I mean, it's really kind of hard because, I mean, I could pick the time that God got so pissed off at two of his priests, Aaron's sons, for using the wrong fire to light the incense that he shoved fireballs up their asses. Or I could pick the time that God threw a bunch of his chosen people into a sarlacc pit in the middle of the desert. Or I could pick the time that God had Moses attack and kill an entire village of people except for sexually enslaving all of the prepubescent little girls. Yep. There's that. I have a real doozy one if we want to talk about extra biblical heresies. It would definitely demonetize the stream, though.
Let's not do that. Let's do that one privately.
Okay.
Let's do that privately. Yeah. Jeff, they all know where to find you.
Well, depends which account has been banned this week.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
So I am I'm just going to start doing atheist troll versions so we can keep track. So right now I'm on version 6. So the next account will be Atheist Troll version 7. I guess my Instagram is really the only thing that hasn't. I don't know if I should say this. I guess my Instagram is the only thing that hasn't been taken down once, at least. So I will update you there, I guess, for now until there's a holy war there. Recently, I gave out the location of my Minecraft server, and it has been absolutely destroyed and vandalized. So there's that. I don't think that I expected anything else, but there's plethora of holy objects or symbols for different religions all over the place, and they've created a church.
A plethora.
Yeah, there's a church. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that I can't talk about on this stream that we would get demonetized, and if we were to show screenshots, we would have a problem. So there's that. My craziest Bible verse would have to be Genesis 1:1.
God damn it, you stole my fucker.
Okay, I'll take a different one. The one where the dude was supposed to impregnate his dead brother's wife, but he jizzed on the ground instead, so God sent a lion to eat him.
Yeah. That's a good one. Yeah, mine literally, I was going to say Genesis in the beginning.
Because we're the same. It should be once upon a time, but...
Yeah, well, it's not in the beginning. You don't even know what the fucking beginning is.
We're on the same wavelength.
Don't get me started. Don't even.
But doesn't the Bible talk about the Big Bang?
What's that?
So doesn't the Bible talk about the Big Bang though?
No, that's the other one, the other book.
No.
What happened at the Big Bang was
theory. Yeah, the Quran talks about quantum theory. That shit makes me laugh every time.
God whispered the universe into existence. God used a magical incantation. He didn't bang it.
Oh, he didn't bang it? God damn it.
No. But I don't want to sidetrack, but Jason, I have to ask. The story where Moses goes and talks to the burning bush of God and then comes back down the hill. Most people know the story about the burning bush, but what the hell were they doing with the circumcised, like foreskins rubbing on his feet to protect him from God killing himself, like killing Moses? What the hell is going on?
Hold on, Jason, real quick, before you answer, I want to make sure, because we're right at 2 hours. If anybody needs to dip out, we've been going for 2 hours, feel free to dip out. and we'll keep going. But we still have like 60 something people watching, so we can have a little fun now. We got through the serious conversation, but if any point you want to dip, need to dip, feel free to do that at this point. But we can keep chopping it up.
Yeah, so in that story, I think that was the author's attempt to try to insert yet another origin for the practice of circumcision so that they could try to say that they did not get it from the Egyptians. So we have one in the story of Genesis with Abraham. They stopped doing human sacrifice, with his kid. They do a ram instead, and they also start doing circumcision as part of this big promise to Abraham, this covenant between Abraham and Yahweh. And so that's one origin story for circumcision. We have another one with Moses, and he's running around. He's not circumcised. There's no story before that about him being circumcised. And then he's on his way back, after meeting with Yahweh, and Yahweh suddenly realizes, oh crap, he's not circumcised. And so he starts chasing him around the campsite, and then his wife circumcises their kid and rubs the bloody foreskin on Moses's foot, which is a euphemism for penis. And it's like, no, look, Yahweh, his thong is bloody. And Yahweh goes, oh, my bad. And then just walks off, because apparently that's all it takes to fool the creator of the universe is, some blood on his trousers. And so that's our second origin for circumcision. But we have another one in the early chapters of the book of Joshua. They we have, so the next one comes in the early chapters of Joshua. They go to cross the river into the promised land, and their journey gets interrupted by what? A mass circumcision, and the whole nation goes and gets circumcised. And some scholars think that essentially these stories, because these stories were written by a multitude of different authors in different times, different people were essentially inserting their own origin story for a practice that they had all been doing for centuries. But yeah, the one with Moses is really bizarre, and I'm not sure what to make of that.
So I've got to go back and reread this story, because the first time that we read through it, it came across to me like, here's Moses pimp walking with his family to Egypt to free his people. And then out of the blue, God forms like out of clouds in the middle of the sky and is like, he's like irrationally mad for no reason. Okay. And then the wife frantically is like, oh, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? I know, I'll slice the tip of my son's dick off and I'll rub it on Moses' feet. And then he does that, and then God's like, "Oh yeah, okay. I don't even know why I was mad, dude." And then they go on to free the Jews, and like the kid's dick is like bleeding out, and like standing there, it's like, "What the fuck, Mom? Holy shit!"
Yeah, talk about a traumatic experience. Jesus, like that's pretty rough. I don't
imagine how scary it was for Moses. He had God chasing him, trying to kill him. That was scary.
Go check out Answers in Genesis explanation for this.
Oh, God.
It's terrible. It is absolutely terrible. Anytime I ever see someone send me a link and the first part is Answers in Genesis, I just already know where we're going.
I was about to say, anything that is answers or we figured out or we can help you understand Genesis or not Leviticus too, but Exodus. I'm like, no, I already know where we're going.
Well, because God needs them to explain it to you because he didn't do a good enough job the first time.
That's why he just keeps killing shit.
Yeah. And chopping kids' dicks off, apparently.
Like, God damn it, I fucked it up again. God damn it, I fucked it up.
Yes.
God damn it, I fucked it up.
Jason, here's another question that boggles my mind. If Jesus was always the ultimate answer and always the ultimate solution for salvation, doesn't that mean the flood was unnecessary and completely unneeded? Like, did he plan on doing the flood to clear evil and then letting evil prosper again to then have to give Jesus? Why couldn't he have just given us Jesus the first time?
This is sort of answered in the book of Enoch. They actually draw a lot of parallels between the flood and the coming judgment day. And essentially, the flood was kind of done, for this one evil that had existed in the past, to kind of kill that off, so it wouldn't have as much control over the world. And this wipes out the Nephilim, which were the huge giants. They were like, I can't remember the exact height of them, but it translates to like 4,500 feet, so like a kilometer. So that was the purpose of the flood. Really was to kill all the giants. Okay, and then.
I don't know why people think this is mythology. I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, of course that happened, right? And so after that, we then have these, we still have evil lingering in the world, because Enoch tells us that the spirits of the Nephilim are still lingering around and causing corruption. And so while their bodies are dead, their spirits still linger. And they cause all sorts of things like human illness and birth defects and all sorts of stuff. And there was also a bunch of corrupt knowledge that was given to humans by the angel Azazel and his followers. And they taught people all sorts of wicked things like warfare and witchcraft and cosmetics. I'm not joking. They taught people how to use makeup. And so all of these things caused people to be evil as well. And so you have to have another grand purification that will take care of everything. It'll get rid of the evil spirits. It'll get rid of the corruption of the humans, all that good stuff. And it'll actually destroy the world, not the way the flood did, but entirely. The world will be completely destroyed, and the heavens too. Heaven will also be destroyed whenever Jesus comes, and then we'll get a new heaven and a new earth, and those will be perfect forever, and they'll never be tainted by fallen angels. And so it's like a two-stage process. It's like a pre-rinse and then a wash, and that's what that's about.
And if I could real quick, so I said my most hilarious scripture to me is Genesis 1:1, which it is in the beginning. Like, you weren't there in the beginning, bro. Nobody's there. But then if we just take it on, like actually dig into the book, and it would be Abraham and Isaac. Like, everybody that knows me knows that's my favorite story to go to, favorite scripture to go to. As a God, if you're a God and I'm a dad, and I have again a plethora of children, I have many children. If you asked me to kill one of them, even if I hated one of those bastards, I would not ever kill any of those kids for anything. I would never do it. And the fact that a God asked one like the father of his faith, like his most favorite person in the world, to do that is so fucked up to me. You talk about complete narcissism and egotistical bullshit. Like, that's the one to me. It's like, if you can follow that God after he did that, and then Abraham was like, okay, cool, God, I will kill my son for you, and you buy into that shit. No, fuck that.
Sorry. I've got to head out. It was great hanging with everybody tonight, and I guess I will see everybody later.
I think that we should have a show with Godless and Jason, where Godless gets drunk and Jason starts reading just ludicrous Bible verses.
As long as
I'm totally down for that. I'll bring my Josephus gear.
If you laugh, then you have to take a shot.
Godless, do you have like 2 minutes for me to ask you a question?
Oh yeah, sure.
Or for anybody, just because I'm having trouble finding a source for this. I recently heard Richard Carrier talk about the what he called Origen's Gambit. As you can imagine, me Googling Origen's Gambit, what that yielded. But it's where the 3rd century theologian Origen told pastors to instruct their congregation to teach that the Gospels were literal and not allegorical, because they're uneducated and a literal interpretation is easier for them to grasp than an allegorical one. He mentioned this, and he just said it was a discourse between him and someone else, and it was just in a discussion that he was having. He didn't give a source. I'm having a really hard time finding that.
Contra
So I didn't know-
Celsus. That's
that?
the. Yeah, it's a work called Contra Celsus. It's basically his
Contra
argument
Celsus.
against Celsus. That's what you want to Google, Contra Celsus. You should be able to find a
Yeah,
PDF.
I was gonna say Origins.
Is that in your app?
One of his most favorite things was Contra Celsus or Celsus. He does a pretty extensive rebuttal of Celsus there. So
Okay. I got that Google.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. That's
CELSUS.
exactly what I was- Yeah. Every time I Googled origin of Gambit, you can imagine. all
Oh
I
yeah,
got
you're
was
just getting the
a
X-Men,
bunch of
man.
lore around Gambit from X-Men.
Yeah, he's just flinging cards at you.
all right,
Yeah.
I'll see you guys later. Y'all have a nice night.
Peace
Thanks.
out, man.
Appreciate you.
Yeah.
And I have to change my answer for most ridiculous scripture. It has to be the animal apocalypse in the Book of Enoch, because that is absolutely bonkers.
I've forgotten about that one. Remind me.
They retell the entire history of the world from like Adam all the way up to like the end of the world, but all the people are recast as animals. Like there's a white bull and a red bull, and there's like a heifer, and then there's a bunch of sheep, and there's a ram, and all kind of other stuff. It's
Is this like furry fan
absolutely-
fiction?
I don't know. It's pretty
all-
bonkers.
Yeah, we'll do that.
It's all fan fiction. Every time I hear
All of it.
a Christian start explaining something, it's just like listening to a assembly at a Comic-Con, and they're explaining why said character did said thing in their said book. And that's, I think, one reason why I can't get behind Christianity is because they don't have a singular idea for the most important aspects of Christianity, and it keeps changing. And the fact that it's changed, if I was a Christian 100 years ago, I'd have a completely different understanding of what I'm supposed to do to get to heaven.
Well, if you took a Christian today and you brought them back a couple hundred years, they'd be burned at the stake.
Right? Yeah.
I mean, like, your most
As
devout
would Jesus.
Christians today would be executed for heresy.
oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I mean, they're talking about the world is round. What's that all about?
Oh, that's a good one too. That's also like, that's a big problem.
Just today, I think today or yesterday, I did just a TikTok and just explain this idea that the Bible isn't a history book, that there might be a thing or two that might be real in history in it, but for most part, we don't use it as a history text because there's so much of this in there. And I've gotten so much feedback on that one about, no, it's the history of the people, and no, this all stuff happened. And how can you look at this document? How can you look at the collection? And with the stuff that we discussed, look at it and not go, this has to be made up. It's weird. And this is coming from, I've never been a theist. I wasn't indoctrinated. I didn't have the conversion that other people have here. It's difficult for me to get into this idea that you can read that and not just laugh.
Yeah. Well, the Bible and its history literally refutes itself. I mean, Genesis 2 refutes Genesis 1. It's two different creation stories. Luke refutes Matthew. Was Jesus born in 4 BC or prior during the time of Herod the Great? Or was Jesus born during the census of Quirinius in 6 AD? Did the family live in Nazareth and go to Bethlehem? Or did they live in Bethlehem and go to Nazareth? Who did the angel appear to? On and on and on. Literally every point at which the nativity scenes bump into one another, they are contradicting one another. How many descendants between David and Joseph? Well, depends on which gospel you read. And it's, when was Jesus crucified? Like, what day was it? That
Depends
varies
on
depending on
gospel
which gospel you read. Why was he crucified? Was it because
Nice.
of the purging of the temple, which he did at the end of his ministry? Or did he do that at the beginning of his ministry and he was crucified because he raised Lazarus from the dead? Yeah, that depends on which gospel you read.
Oz, was it you that just put that up right just now?
Yes, sir.
Can you send that to me?
Oh, I got several I'll send to you. And here's
Oh,
here's
please
what Christian. Yeah, I'll send them to you. And this is what Christians love to do. And Eddie and whoever else out there right now, you're gonna get shitty when I say this, but it's all good because I love you. But I'm just gonna give it how it is. There, when you read the Gospels, they're so broken up as far as the accuracy from one to another. And some people would say, well, you would expect it to be that way. You wouldn't expect it to be so broken up to where you don't know how many people are there for the resurrection, male or female. Was it an angel? Was it a person? Was it a young man? Like, you wouldn't expect it to be that far off, because guess what? If this is truly the most important person that's ever walked the face of this earth, the savior of humanity, God himself would have seen to it that would be articulated in a way that would be very easily passed down from generation to generation.
Yeah.
Instead, we got books that we don't even know. And I'm not even going to go further. I'm going to say this and leave it here because it tells the rest of the story. The Gospels, the 4 books that tell the story of the person that's the linchpin of the faith, are anonymous and fucked up and distorted. That's all I need to know. At that point, that's all I need to know is you don't even have your shit right. The 4
Like
Gospels,
God wouldn't leave us playing guessing games.
Yes.
You know?
If he's all knowing, and if he really, so I don't even, I'll say this, and I'll even be an asshole to you guys right now. I don't give a shit what you think. I don't give a fuck what you think. I know me, and I know how my brain operates, and I know what I need with ADHD and the bipolar and all that. Like, I know what I need as a human to be able to read and retain and be convinced. And if he's all knowing, all loving, and he can't provide that for me, that means there within, he is not all knowing and he's not all loving, because he's depending on a text from a couple thousand years ago that has so many discrepancies and so many misses and so many holes left in the text. It's like, you expect me to believe this shit?
I gotta jump in here for a second. Eddie, you keep saying stuff about ancient historians and how they do things, and this one that I just saw is getting to me, and I gotta talk about this. There are inaccuracies about how ancient people and historians wrote is perfectly in tune with almost all ancient writings. Yes, historians make mistakes and there are errors, but when you're comparing the type of errors that's in the Gospels, that's like 4 people watching a car wreck, and one of them thinks a plane crashed, one of them thought a boat ran aground, and one was down the street and saw it from a hill. They're so off, except for one common thread, that it makes it difficult to tell which one's true, or if this event actually happened, or is this just what they heard happen. When you keep saying stuff, Eddie, and we disagree about a lot of things, but the part of this that's insulting to me just a little bit, because this is my field, and I do understand how historiography has changed over time. Using those excuses are, well, honestly, it's disingenuous. It doesn't fit what actually is.
And we need to point out, too, that our 4 anonymous authors are not historians. They're not attempting to write history. They don't even claim that. I think, is it Luke or John claims that it is trying to sort of write a history, but then doesn't actually name any sources, doesn't say where the information is coming from, how it's utilized, how it's checked, or anything like that. I think John says that he got his information from the beloved disciple, and then never says who this individual is or anything about him.
It's probably Barnabas.
So that they're not talking about histories here. And they weren't trying to write histories. They were trying to write scripture. And it's very obvious that that is what they're doing, and when they do have things that, 3 or 4 of them do get right, where everything is all in line, it is all together, it's being quoted verbatim from Mark. So it's not that you have, several eyewitness sources. It's that you have one person who sometime after the year 70 AD wrote a book of scripture, a Greek epic about Jesus, and then other people came along some decades later and sort of plagiarized it. They rewrote it. They copied, I think 85% of Mark is copied into the Gospel of Matthew. About 50 or 55% of it is copied into the Gospel of Luke. And Luke also copies a significant portion of Matthew. So you don't have these, independent historians or anything like that. It's 4 anonymous writers who only one of them, Matthew, is even remotely familiar with the geography of the place he's writing about. Mark frequently gets it wrong. Matthew corrects him, and then Luke goes back to the errors that Mark made. So they're not writing history; they're writing literature, and people read this literature and try to extrapolate history from it because the actual historians didn't say anything about it because they seemed completely unaware that these events transpired. And so that's where we're at. They're looking at literature and trying to fabricate history from it because we have a complete absence of any historical record that can validate these gospels. We don't have anything to corroborate them.
Right. Some of these events, you would think that because there was trade, because knowledge and information is often brought along with trade. That's how a lot of things spread. Yet it never spread out of this region, not until it became a religion and started being pushed as such. And Eddie, you're getting on me now. My area is American history, but to get a degree in history, it's not just in American history. I've studied Middle Eastern history. I've studied Mexican history, China, Japan. And those were the areas I focused in, but you still have to learn about historiography and how history is done. So get off my back, Eddie.
And I think that's all you've really talked about tonight and I think that's why you're here too, is to talk about the historical process and how we know which historical figures are real and which ones are myth. I don't think you've really made any claims about Jesus.
If you notice in this whole thing, I don't have anywhere near the same knowledge when it comes to the Bible itself and other pieces of that as Captain Dadpool, Jason, Godless Engineer. I'm here mainly talking about historiography, how we determine certain things and how we look at certain things. But Eddie.
Well, whatever. So one thing I wanted to talk about while we have Captain here is, Captain, your video about Josephus's father put me off on a 2.5 hour YouTube reading tangent. I got 3 books on the way now about this. I started reading other Josephus's volumes. There's a lot of stuff that Josephus wrote about, and there's a lot of stuff that we know about his father from volumes of information that he wrote about the guy.
Yeah, he spoke highly of his father.
All the time. So why on earth would a high priest in Galilee during the time of Jesus not mention to his son ever that, hey, there was this dude that was killed and the sky went dark and there were earthquakes and the temple shroud was ripped and bodies came out of the ground? Like, how did we miss this? But we get one paragraph about, hey, somebody said some shit about Jesus.
Yeah, and this is interesting because this is where I get accused of using the argument from silence a lot. But there's an exception to the rule of arguments from silence, is when something would have been mentioned.
Right.
That's the exception to the rule. In this case, Josephus' father, who was Matthias Josephus, would have been legally required to write down these things to record the temple being, or the veil being ripped in half, the earthquake, whatever, if you want to say it's mythology or whatever. He would have been legally required and charged and tried if he didn't.
Well, what about people say, well, yeah, but he was Jewish and Jesus was rebelling against the Jewish church, so that's why he didn't write it down.
I'd say that's irrelevant, because
he still could have said something against Jesus. I mean,
yeah.
Josephus actually says quite a bit about a whole variety of different pseudo-messiahs. You know, he talks about, what, like a dozen of them?
He talks against the church too, and the Christians.
Why didn't he badmouth our Jesus? You know, the gospel Jesus.
Well, I would think even just one event alone, the overturning of the tables, would have been enough to get him mentioned.
He would have been like sought after and arrested for that. It was a high crime.
Which, by the way, talking about Bible study that you don't get in church, that story from Bart Ehrman's view is a fantastic tale about why such an event would take place, the lambs and bringing, why we were doing currency exchange, those kinds of things, which was not explained in church to me. So even if you're a Christian watching this video right now, some of Bart Ehrman's books are actually very fascinating for you to understand the time and place in which the events in your Bible took place, and understanding the culture of the people that lived at that time. And honestly, it helps clear up a lot of the confusion that you may have as a Christian about Christian events.
Yeah, if you want to understand like how the Bible came to be, the evolution of Scripture, a bunch of different interpolations, forgeries, things like that, this time period, all of that, it'll be hard to find anyone as qualified as Bart Ehrman. I highly recommend his books. He also has a bunch of different lecture series that you can get on Audible.
Yeah, they're very good.
It's fantastic.
He's a good speaker.
His blog is amazing too.
Yeah, I love that he narrates his own books. Get the great works, great courses, versions of his lectures, because he very commonly goes off script from what is actually there and gives you an extra information that you can benefit from. And I've lost myself in some of his stuff. I look down, it's been 2.5 hours I've been listening to the guy talk. He does a very good job of keeping you mentally there and explaining things in a way that you don't have to be an expert to understand. Yeah.
Real quick, going back to the thing about Jesus going in and doing this raid on the temple complex, and driving out all the wicked people. We actually have that scene in Messianic Jewish scripture from a couple hundred years earlier. In the animal apocalypse that I was talking about earlier in Enoch. That actually shows up. We have a guy presented as a Messiah who goes in to Jerusalem. He purges the temple of all the evil people and establishes a new high priest. And you have this whole big cleansing of the temple. And this has actually been cited by Christians as a prophecy about Jesus for centuries. But yeah, it's in the animal apocalypse, which is part of the 4th section of 1 Enoch. And
I just bought another copy of the Book of Enoch to be shipped to me while we were talking, because now I'm going to read it again.
Which version did you get?
Hold on, let me log back into the website where I bought it from. I've given any free shout outs to that company unless they want to pay us. The Book of Enoch by Charles R.H.
Okay. Who's the editor? Is it let's see.
Here's the link. I sent you the link is there for the taking. I can still cancel the order if you have a better one. Okay. I'm very into one. So I was raised Catholic. So there are books that we're not supposed to read as a Catholic because we were told not to, and I want to read those books. Like, that was one of the things that anytime you tell me that you can't read something, I want to read it. But it's also interesting looking at all the history too of all the stuff that didn't make it to the Bible, like things that were of equal stature that just didn't make it. For whatever political reason or whatever. So there's so much more stuff out there to read from too. Like I'm sure with extra stuff.
Yeah. There's a version of the Book of Enoch from a guy named Joseph Lumpkin. He uses the same translation that you were referring to, but he has a whole bunch of things in there, sort of like I guess almost like a trimmed down commentary, and it's really useful for showing the parallels between these scriptures in Enoch and the Bible, which is incredibly fascinating. Especially because like it's difficult to get through a 2-page spread without seeing Enoch bump into the New Testament, which people don't realize how much the Book of Enoch influenced the New Testament. And I did like an entire series all about that. At this point, me and another guy, we've kind of been like surveying the New Testament, trying to find parts where Enoch bumps into it. It's far more than any book of the Old Testament. I think Isaiah, you have quotations and references to Isaiah
And Jude in the New Testament
about 40 or 50 times. With Enoch, I think we're up to like 80 at this point, and we're still not done going through the New Testament. So it was insanely influential.
Yeah.
Jason, I gotta tell you, the stuff I've heard from you tonight, and I'm highly impressed, and I gotta check out your stuff. I purposely made sure I didn't go and check out your stuff, or even some of the stuff Godless Engineer has been doing, because I wanted to try to come through this clean without preconceived notions. But seriously, the stuff I've been hearing from you tonight, you're definitely going on my list.
Yeah,
thank you. That's a compliment.
It's very.
Thank you.
It peaks for whatever reason. I think anybody here that loves history likes reading some of these stories that people wrote or read or thought about in times past, and trying to figure out their motives for why they wrote these things or why they believe these things or where it came from. And I think Jason does a really good job of giving me the work done so that I can just listen and not have to go do all the work.
Yeah, my motto is I read the boring stuff so you don't have to.
Right. Yeah, you just give me the good stuff.
By the way, Jason, I got a question for you.
Okay, go.
What do you make of Joseph of Arimathea being in the Gospels but then suddenly disappearing? And he most likely would have been tried for the robbery of the grave of Jesus, since he would have been the primary suspect, basically.
Yeah.
But there's no mention of him at all. He just vanishes from history. What do you make of that?
I think that he's a completely fictional character who was sort of just thrown in there. And there's like people have suggested a variety of different reasons why you would put this guy into the text. And there's some weird things going on with his name, like, Joseph of Arimathea. Well, there's no town called Arimathea. And Richard Carrier points out that this Joseph of Arimathea is basically a pun. It means that this is a guy named Joseph from the town of Best Disciples. Like, what? And someone else even pointed out that it almost looks like a play on the name of Josephus, which, his name was,
Joseph.
Josephus is the Romanized version of Joseph.
And Luke
who was his father? Matthias. And so they're like, Josephus bar Matthias, Josephus, or Joseph of Arimathea. And they're like, you just take I think it was 2 letters, and Josephus, the son of Matthias, becomes Joseph of Arimathea. And so it may be one of those things that has multiple meanings, that they took, Josephus, because the Gospels actually do take material from the works of Josephus. There was a guy, Jesus ben Ananias, I believe. Some of the details about him were taken out of Josephus's book and inserted into the Gospels. So the Gospels they seem to be aware of Josephus and actually using his work. So there's all kind of weird stuff in there.
Fascinating, actually.
Yeah, Robert M. Price and Richard Carrier both talk a lot about Joseph of Arimathea and some of the weird stuff going on with him.
Yeah, I'm reading through the Historicity of Jesus by Richard Carrier, and I've listened to a bunch of his debates and lectures, and I've heard him mention this, a few times, that he just vanished. But I'm like, what is the? I haven't heard like an explanation like you just gave. So I appreciate that. Yeah,
I think he's basically just a character that was sort of tossed in there, sort of like the way I believe Matthew throws in the Roman guards. Mark doesn't say anything about anyone guarding the tomb, and people have pointed out that what likely happened was that at some point someone said, "Well, how do you know they didn't just steal the body?" And then Matthew's like, well, there were guards, you see. There were guards over there, so they couldn't have stolen it. And now he has to do something with the guards,
Sounds a lot like Mormons.
So it's kind of like the whole, the tomb, the stone. How do you know that Jesus isn't in the tomb? Okay, well, they must have been able to look into it. Well, there was a bit, you block up the tomb. How would these women go and move it? Well, they just found it rolled away. What, like the ghost of Jesus had to move a rock out of his way to get out of this hole in the ground? It makes no sense.
And the testimony of women wouldn't have been, taken seriously anyway. Why would that put that in there? Except Pliny the Younger tortured female slaves in order to get information about Christianity. So
isn't it the female thing? Isn't that just like in court, like in certain?
Yeah, it is. And that's an argument. That's just narrative. It's not even about court. Like that's just narrative. Just like Mary was at the foot of the cross of Jesus. So there's it's just a character in a narrative. There's no separate. But even still, like
whenever I ask.
Whenever I go that route and be like their testimony is not valued, like Pliny the Younger fucking disagrees with you because he tortured them in order to get the information that he wanted out of them, and he could.
I just take the epistemological approach and I just ask them, how do you know a woman's testimony was not valid? Yeah, and you just watch them go, and then they might find one piece of information from Romans, or from Romans, not from the book, but from Roman history, where they mention that women's testimony in court is not sufficient. That's it. That's all that has ever been. That's it. So the fact that they're saying that women's testimony is not valid in this case is just not true. They don't know where that comes from.
Well, I just point to the end of the Gospel of Mark where it says the women ran away and never told anyone what they saw ever. It's like your Bible just. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but your scripture says that you're wrong. The Bible says that the women, they went to the tomb, and then they left, and they never said what they saw.
But
the Bible says that.
They ran away?
Love you, Eddie. Have a good night.
One of the reasons why they like to point to the women, and I remember seeing Brom and others do this, is this argument from embarrassment.
Bring that guy in here.
Here's the thing.
We got that from
what
William
people don't. Sorry, what people don't seem to realize is the argument from embarrassment was created by Christians and Christian scholars. It's not historical criteria. It's not something we use.
Yes.
So whenever I hear, I just want to yell through the screen because it's specifically for Christians and trying to argue Christianity. It has nothing to do with historiography. So whenever they bring that up, I just no, that is your excuse. And what are we doing? We're preaching.
We're preaching. And we can't presume to know what early Christians considered to be embarrassing. I mean, if something was embarrassing, do you think they would have left it in their scripture? Whether it was true or not, they would have gotten rid of it.
They got rid of it.
There's also the argument that put in there.
The reason I popped on real quick. The reason I popped on screen to that is it was the Amen. Amen. It's like, no, all that, it's bullshit. Like you made that shit up to try to justify what's written in that book because there's no other place. There's no.
The term was first brought up. The term was first brought up in 1899, and if I remember right, the Encyclopedia Biblica. I think that's how it's pronounced. I can't remember for sure. But that's what it was. It was a way to make this argument of, well, they will not put it in there because it'd be embarrassing. But one reason why they might have put it in there is it emphasizes a point.
Yes.
It emphasizes, well,
There's a
we
motive-
have it
there's a
in
motive
there
behind it.
because why else would we have it in there?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
that's literally why authors put things in their stories is it serves a purpose. If it doesn't serve a purpose or it's contradictory to the point they're trying to make, they don't put it in there, regardless of whether or not it's true. If there was something about Jesus that was true, but it was also embarrassing, do you think apologists would bring it up? No, they would leave it. They would just toss it. They would forget it. And they did things. We can just look at Romans chapter 16. Later Christians did not like the idea that there were female deacons, female patrons, female apostles. And so they went in and they started to edit this letter of Paul, and they started to change the names of them and try to make it male names, which ended up resulting in inventing names that didn't even exist in order to cover up the fact that there were these female apostles that Paul talks about, who were not only apostles, they were noteworthy among the apostles. These deacons, he says there were deacons. And then here we have these Christians trying to change that. That's what they did to something that was embarrassing. They deleted it. They changed it. They omitted it.
Is that where like 2 Timothy 2, 11 through 14 and 1 Corinthians, like the women not speaking in church stuff?
Yes. Women, and what's funny is the one in 2 Timothy, in our old manuscripts, it actually appears in different places in that chapter. Which usually something like that happens when you have what turns out to be like a marginal notation.
Okay.
Someone jots something in the margins, and then sometime later, another scribe comes along and they want to make a copy of this book. And so they have this letter and they have their own pen and paper and they're copying it. And when they get to this thing, they think, they forgot to put this in. Because that would happen. You'd be copying something, and then you accidentally miss a sentence. And so you just jot it into the margins so you don't leave it out. And so someone could have looked at that and said, this needs to go in the text. And so they just inserted it. And then another scribe comes along, and they're doing the same thing, but they insert it in a different part. And so I think we have like 3 or 4 different places where that one sentence appears. It moves up and down in that section of text. So
that's
and
also
the
one
one in
explanation
and
for,
2 Timothy wasn't even written by Paul. That's a forgery. So that passage is an interpolation in a forgery. And the one in, I think, 1 Corinthians, was it 14 maybe?
Yes. The one that says it's shameful for a woman to speak in the church.
Right. And it is based on the one in 2 Timothy. Someone was reading 1 Corinthians and they remembered this thing in 2 Timothy, and they decided to shoehorn it in there. And the reason they put it in is because it was a section, a scene where Paul is talking about women in church. And he's actually talking about women giving prophecy in church, and they take this thing and they shoehorn it in there. Oh, women need to be silent. And what Paul was talking about in that scene is that basically you have to be careful, because when you're having, basically a mass, when you're worshiping, angels can actually come into the church, into the congregation. And if you remember back in Enoch or in Genesis 6, angels take a liking to human women quite often. And so they're like, women need to cover their heads so that the angels don't recognize them. Otherwise, we'll get a whole nother race of Nephilim. And so that's what Paul is talking about. And someone making a copy of 1 Corinthians, they saw this and thought it would be a good place to take this interpolation that was in 2 Timothy and shoehorn it into one of Paul's authentic letters.
What the F? Because I commonly cite 1 Timothy 2 and 1 Corinthians when I try to argue that the book is not a good moral source of information.
Right.
And let's just take it to the whole nother level, and I'm just going to start talking about giants and Nephilim now.
Yeah.
After I read my book of Enoch and substantiate your claims, sir. But yes,
Enoch is fantastic.
It sounds great.
Enoch.
I look at it the same way I started this, where I said, like, people read Harry Potter. Harry Potter is entertaining for a lot of people. This is entertaining for me. Like, this is of the same caliber to me.
Enoch has all the good stuff that the Bible should have had. You know, if you thought that, you know, the Jews didn't have a rich mythology the way that the Egyptians or the Romans or the Greeks did,
they absolutely did,
then you don't know about Enoch, you don't know about the ascension of Isaiah, you don't know about any of these fantastic extra biblical texts.
When did Enoch get the boot? When did Enoch stop getting recognized?
So it was really important to the early. Oh, now real quick, there's sort of this notion that Enoch was in the Bible and then it got kicked out, but that never happened. It was never like part of the official canon. Some of the Jews, some of the Messianic Jews, thought that Enoch was really important, but they didn't have a canonical collection yet. They actually established their canon in response to Christian canon. So you really didn't have, like the idea that a collection of text was the official version. That's really a Christian invention. The Jews, different groups of people had different collections of text, and that's just how it was. And a lot of them had the Book of Enoch. We found fragments of it at the Dead Sea Scrolls in Qumran. Actually, they had more copies of Enoch than I think any other book in their possession.
What's the most entertaining one?
Right.
Who wants to read Numbers?
Right. So, yeah, Numbers sucks.
So
it was extremely important to to different groups, and some groups eventually rose to power, and they just didn't have Enoch. The Messianic Jews who liked Enoch, they all got killed by the Romans. The Messianic Christian, or the Christians who liked Enoch, they eventually fell out of favor. And some of them went east, some of them went west. A big group of them apparently went all the way down to Ethiopia, which is how we first found out about Enoch in the first place. An explorer, I cannot remember his name, it was a Scottish explorer, 1500s, I believe, showed up in Ethiopia looking for the headwaters of the Nile. And all of a sudden he found that he was surrounded by Christians. And it was like 1,000 miles between there and the next thing of Christians. It's like, how'd you get here? And they had a bunch of books that he had never heard of before, including Enoch. So yeah, it didn't really get the boot. It kind of fell out of favor. Or Christians who didn't use Enoch ended up being the ones who, became the Orthodox.
Yeah. The winners decide history.
Yeah.
Right.
Which is interesting. Like, I think, we have this, during Christians' expansion, we have a huge movement of exploitation and boom in population that happens at the same time that balloons. Mm-hmm. So, a lot of times we talk about Constantine and the blow up of Christianity, but do you think that that's the biggest contributor to the rise of Christianity, or what do you think caused the rise to where it stuck?
Yeah, I think if Christianity had not been made the state religion, it would have just been another mystery cult in the Roman Empire. I mean, there were dozens. The state sponsorship of it, and then later utilizing it as a way of uniting the empire, that played a massive role. Bart Ehrman actually goes into great detail about that. It played a significant role to the rise of Christianity.
Bram scripture quotes Enoch as scripture.
Yeah, Constantine, when you have not only the emperor, the ruler, saying this is going to be the religion for everyone, but actually ties his rise to power to be given a sign from that god.
Yeah,
that is powerful. Now this little set of religion, now everybody wants to be part of it. It's almost like bandwagoning. You have to be, because
Well, what was it? His
but you want to be part of that group now.
What was the history that? So his, correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not obviously perfect on this. His brother had control of the city, and he chose the sun god to put on his shield when he attacked the city. And since he won that battle, that god sort of wins favor.
Kind of, yeah. What happened? If I remember right, and a little rusty on this one.
Don't worry, I'm sure Eddie's listening. He'll correct me.
Be a sign. He was given a sign that the Christian God, the God, was behind him, and he put that symbol on his shield, and it led him to victory. I might be slightly off on this. It's late and it's not all clear, but that's the general gist of it. It's he got favor from that one God, so now he wants that one God, everybody to follow it. And it's during this time that you start getting the rise of the church and Christianity, and now starting to have influence in politics. And when you have influence in politics, that gives you influence in the economy, that gives you influence in your message to other people. And again, you start bringing other groups in because they want to be part of, well, the winning team.
And it's interesting that the Christians weren't persecuted for being Christian. They were persecuted for unlawful assembly. Unlike we have here, we have freedom of assembly. Back then, you had to have a permit to assemble. Yeah. So, like I was talking about earlier, Plenty of the Younger was saying, I don't know what to charge these Christians with. They haven't committed any crime, and he had to seek the guidance from the emperor. And they came with they're assembling without a permit. So their persecution was not religious; it was political.
Yeah. I mean,
the Romans didn't care what religion you followed,
right?
And the emperor they made a ton of concessions anyway.
Yeah.
The emperor's. Sorry, go ahead, Cass.
No, go ahead, please.
I was just saying that the emperor explicitly said, "Do not seek them out." Like it was not a mission to seek out and eliminate and eradicate the Christians. The trials were based off of
don't cause problems. If they're causing problems, then
don't start no shit, won't be no shit.
Exactly. Yeah,
exactly what it was.
That's one of the reasons.
Just don't go out there looking for these fuckers. All right. But if someone comes to you and says, hey, there's these Christians that are assembling, I think illegally, then you can bring them in.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was that idea of inclusiveness was one of the strengths of the Roman Empire, both East and Western versions that happened. The ability to bring in and say, hey, if you want to worship your God, fine, just follow the rules. That was fine.
If you paid your taxes and you didn't try to start an insurrection, the Romans kind of didn't care.
Yeah.
I mean, they actually made concessions to the Jews because they didn't want to, pay some of these taxes using these Roman coins because of the whole graven image thing. And they made concessions to them. There were even concessions made concerning the worship of, Caesar as a god. And they were like, okay, well, you're not allowed to do that, so, okay, be good citizens and you won't have to do that. So they were, when it came to religious stuff, they really didn't care. There were hundreds of different religions active in the Roman Empire. I mean, every city had temples to deities from all across the Mediterranean world, and the Romans didn't care. Yeah. Jesus, they would have just seen him as another mystery cult deity, and they were everywhere.
Have you seen, I know it's very prevalent on Christian TikTok because I see it all the time, but this Christian persecution, they just want it to happen. I'm trying to think of a way to say it. They just they're so they want to
persecution complex.
Yeah, they have that persecution complex that. I was watching. Have you seen the video that's it's like a 18 or just a young girl with the Bible talking about if they put me in jail for being and it's like, well, who's doing this to you? It's a Christian in America doesn't have a whole lot to complain about.
It's a form of propaganda. It's if you can make yourself out to be a victim and make everybody else out to get you, then it's the idea that you must be doing something right. And it's not. We have evidence. Christians are
Persecution
by
porn.
far
We see
not.
you, Ram.
Yeah.
Yeah, we see, bro. Yeah, by far, Christianity is not the
Well
most
put, though.
oppressed group of people at all. I mean, just look at the laws being passed. That alone should tell you that where the power is. The fact that there was a big uproar when Biden became president and the new Congress got pulled in, and during the prayer they do to honor the women that became part of it, he said amen and a women. And there's a big uproar about like, you can't do that. Well, if you're that persecuted, you wouldn't be having a prayer to begin with. You know, it just.
I mean, how many times did he reference God in his commencement speech?
Well, yeah,
Or
that
not
too.
commencement speech, whatever it's called. Is it a commencement speech?
Inauguration speech.
Inauguration speech, yeah.
Whatever you want to call it. But yeah.
His animal Bible that had
Yeah.
been passed down to his family.
Yeah,
for
yeah.
generations.
When the leader of your country is sworn in on your holy book, I don't think you get to claim that that country is persecuting
Right.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah, very
I
much.
mean,
And
I remember-
it's just a way to make them feel special.
Maybe.
And that's
Yeah.
what it
It's
is.
just nuts. Like what you can take. It's nuts what you can take a person and inject this ideology and then inject these reasons in which they're correct and then watch them manifest it into a different form based on what they've been given. And, you know, I have to constantly kind of try and remember where I was in my teenage years, because that's kind of, removed from me now, and remember where I was when I was in church and I was Catholic and I went to Catholic school and all this other stuff and the thoughts I had, to kind of remember that mentality so that I can speak to these people, a little bit more like I know what they're talking about. But that one just gets me. I never felt persecuted for being Christian.
I
Maybe for
remember
being
when I was in high school, I was a devoted Christian in high school, and we did the prayer at the pole, and I was a member of the Fellowship of Christian Athletes because I was
Of
a
course you
wrestler.
were.
Of course I was, right? But I came to school early and met with a group of like 6 or 7 people, and we prayed every single day. Like we just prayed in like one hallway, and we did the see you at the pole thing. And at the same time, I'm hearing all this narrative on the news that they're trying to ban prayer from school. And I'm like, that's not fucking happening. No one gives a shit that we're praying in this corner. Like that's not happening. What? So I was very confused by that, even as a devout Christian. I was like, that's not happening. Shut up.
Yeah.
I can give you 2 stories about being persecuted. Before I became a teacher, before I went back to school and got both degrees, I worked for an international construction company mainly based in the South. And my father was the project manager for these construction sites, these power plants that we were building. Because it would reflect badly on my father, not only could I ever mention that I was an atheist, I actually had to put up a cross in my office.
Mm-hmm.
That's for that.
Mm-hmm.
But the other one would be my first year teaching. We was in history class, and a student actually asked about Moses and the pyramids, like the Exodus. And why didn't we talk about the Exodus in that time period? And I actually mentioned in class that we had just recently found more archaeological evidence that there was no Jewish slaves and that the Exodus didn't happen.
Uh-oh.
I got called into the principal's office, my boss's office, and basically told I have to apologize to the class by suggesting that didn't happen.
It's nuts.
Yeah, because a parent complained.
It's nuts.
Yeah.
I mean, like the privilege that is, like, you can't even say, hey, we don't have evidence for that.
Right. I seriously have to tiptoe around it. I have to be so careful.
I mean, I think
And
we all.
plus, when you're teaching world history, because in world history, you teach about Judaism and Islam and Christianity and Hinduism, and you have to word it in such a way that you're giving credit to it as being history, but you gotta be careful not to make it sound like it's the absolute truth, because somebody else might not believe that one. The tiptoeing that you have to do in some of the history classes is people who never taught history have no idea the stuff you have to be careful of.
Yeah, the victim identity persecution complex that you see in Christianity is actually old. You can actually see it throughout the Book of Enoch. It pops up constantly, especially near the end. And there are several scholars who believe that this actually came about because of a sort of rift between different sects of Judaism in the Second Temple period, because you had groups that controlled the temple, and there were other groups who thought that the Second Temple was corrupt and impure, and they were essentially cut off from it, and were essentially cut off from their means of performing their atonement sacrifice, which is what prevented them from suffering horribly and being subject to natural disasters and foreign invasion and things like that. And so they frequently talk about how they're constantly being persecuted, in this case by other Jews. And it directly carries over from the Second Temple Jewish period into early Christianity, and has just keeps getting recycled. And anytime someone contradicts you, it is then proof that you are not only being persecuted, but proof that you are right. Because if the righteous shall be persecuted on earth and then rewarded in heaven.
Yeah, that's a religious loophole that almost every religion has. There's always something about those. You will be targeted. You will be told you're wrong. Because they're telling you you're wrong, that's evidence you're right. Yeah, it's in pretty much every religion you can find some verse of that type. Yeah, you could even find it in Zoroastrianism. This
is a way that religions can appeal to the poor, the downtrodden. It's why so many of these prophets and founders of religions, they're not just linked with royalty, but they're raised among the poor. They're all poor people. Look at the story of Moses. He's like a Jewish slave, but then he's raised in the palace, and then he leads the people. It's a classic plot, and it's much older than the Bible.
What I didn't get about Moses. So Moses's name is Hebrew, right? And it means like from water.
That's what they're trying to make it mean.
But it's a Hebrew pun given to him by a Egyptian.
Right.
What sense does that make? Like, how would they know Hebrew enough to give us a pun?
There's so much about that story that doesn't make sense, because she finds this baby in the water and she just knows it's a Jewish baby, but he isn't circumcised. We already ran over that. He never gets circumcised. So how would she know that he was Jewish? So she just finds his baby and then decides, I'm going to draw him out of the water and give him this, supposedly this Jewish name that means that I drew him from the water. And the whole thing, he's being, you can't allow any of these Jewish babies to survive. You got to kill them all, which that was an old story that also came from Zoroastrianism. Zarathustra suffered the same thing. And they give him this Jewish name, and then what do? They hand him to his mother to raise. She's the handmaiden who raises him for this Egyptian princess. But the name is actually part of a theophoric name. And so like Ramses, it's like a person of the god Ra, or Tutmos, of the god Thoth. And so it's a theophoric name, a person who is associated with a specific deity. But they had this, and the Jews, they couldn't keep that because then they would have some Egyptian deity associated with their great hero. So they chopped off the name of the god that was attached to his name and just kept the MSS at the end, and then tried to come up with a story to link to it. And there just so happens to be a Hebrew word that isn't the same but is sort of similar, that means like to draw water. And they said, okay, well, we'll use that to say that's what his name means. And it's not actually an Egyptian name. And so they used that. And then, of course, the story of drawing him from the water. Well, we have numerous examples of that, namely Sargon of Akkad. We have a story about him, but there were others as well that went through the same process. And the whole thing where the king is trying to kill him, like I said, we have numerous examples of that, including Zarathustra, the king Durinsurum, like went to his house, on the night he was born and like tried to stab him. And the god Ahura Mazda came down and withered his hand, so he dropped the dagger. And there was a great light at his during his birth, like the whole place lit up. And of course, there was like guiding stars, and it was prophesied and all kind of things.
Yeah, definitely not mythology, not at all.
Right. But yeah.
Well, Oz, I think you have something for us. I think Oz is on his way back. Had to go grab something.
I'm working on bringing somebody on here, so just waiting for the email. But for those who need to go, want to go, you can, and I'll do a little outro video. But I think the atheist's favorite theist to talk to right now on YouTube, Otangelo, is going to be joining us. If you'd like to stick around. You can, and if not, you're more than welcome to leave. So I will say this, and we'll do a little outro, but we'll still stick around because I want to make sure we do a proper outro for everybody and your time invested here. Atheist Cats, thank you very much for your time this evening. Appreciate it. Jason from Dragons and Genesis podcast, thank you very much. Captain Dadpool, as always, thank you, my man, and looking forward to our conversation tomorrow.
Oh yeah,
only the one true myth, legend, man, God, Dave Warnock, and chopping up with him, and just Jeff, as always, good to chill with you guys. So we'll do a rap video. That way we have that as the ending point. But we're going to jump right back on this stream. We're not going to go anywhere. And if Otangelo wants to come on and chop it up, we'll do it. But thank you guys, everybody in the chat. Don't go anywhere. If you want to listen to that stuff, stick around.
Yeah.
Do.
Wait, nobody left?
Nope, nobody left.
I will be leaving. I've been on for
I can't
far
miss
too
this
long.
opportunity.
Huh? What?
I said
We
my
need
wife
a
wants me to go.
Christian to beat up on. Oz, you're supposed to help us out.
Yeah.
Well, Jeff, if you'd be quiet, Atheist Cats and Jason are trying to talk. Atheist Cats, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying I'll probably jump off soon on this. Wife's been waiting for me to get done with this. She didn't expect it to be 3 hours, but it's been a lot of fun. But I cannot miss a chance with this legend.
Well, and if you need to just silence your screen and your mic and go hang out with the wife for a little bit and come back, you're more than welcome to do that. That's totally up to you, though.
Let me check with her. Hold on.
Leave your camera on though, so if it gets biblical, we can,
Let's
observe.
get biblical.
Yeah, guys, I will have to jump off of here. I've been on for too long. I got to get some sleep and then finish up the next episode of the podcast tomorrow. So I'll have to bounce off of here.
Cool.
I appreciate getting to chat with you, man.
Yeah, same here, man. Thanks for having me on. It's been a blast. And anytime you want me back, just you got my email. Just let me know.
Yes, sir.
I think so, and I think we should give your show another shout out because I just subscribed to the channel on YouTube, and he's only got like 500 and 600 something followers.
Yeah, the YouTube. I just started it like a few months ago.
Well, then that's good, but still needs more.
Yeah, youtube.com/Dragons and Genesis podcast. And of course, just search Dragons and Genesis on any podcast app because all the content is going to come out in audio format first. So definitely check that out. I have an episode dropping tomorrow about this very topic, and it will include an in-depth review of the Ascension of Isaiah. And if you want to learn about the Book of Enoch, which is incredibly fascinating, at least I think so, episodes 48 to 54, I believe, of the podcast covers that. And it is the most detailed review of the book that you will find online that does not contain conspiracy theories or ancient aliens. So definitely go and check that out. There's also a section in the fourth book, the fourth section of Enoch, where the text was sort of jumbled. Basically what happened was a big portion of the text was sort of found out of order. And instead of figuring out what order it went in and reassembling it, they just picked it up as is and copied it. And so to read the thing, and it's preserved like this, all jumbled and out of order in basically every copy of the text. So to read it, you have to start in this one part and then jump back and then jump forward. You're going all over the place. And what I do is
it's like, if you choose this, go to page 7.
Yeah. It's basically like that. And what I do, I think it's in episode 53, I take that section and I explain why it's out of order, and then I basically chop it up and I put it back in order so that you get the thing properly. Instead of reading this big, jumbled text.
I want the movie.
There should be a movie.
So yeah. Check out episode 53 for that. Which honestly, if you're going to read Enoch, I would really suggest listening to those episodes of my podcast anyway, because it's apocalyptic literature. So much of it is written in this weird, bizarre imagery. One thing means something else, and there's a whole different type of theology that most people aren't familiar with. And so I put all of that in there so you can kind of make sense of it. So definitely go and check that out if you want to read Enoch, or if you don't want to read Enoch but you want to find out about all the cool angel sects and giants and the animal apocalypse.
Awesome. And yes, Jason, you'll definitely be back on, especially the more we're talking about the mythist position. God damn it.
You all right, buddy? What's going on?
I'm just trying to get comfortable. Jesus.
Okay, we'll have you back on when we want to talk about dumb shit in the Bible.
Yeah. Well, we'll have you because Jason does have a plethora. No, it's plethora, but a plethora of information when it comes to that book and other historical books. And so one last time, Jason owns and operates Dragons in Genesis podcast on YouTube and anywhere you can find an awesome, badass podcast. Go subscribe now, motherfuckers.
Again, thank y'all for having me. Y'all have a good night.
Thanks, Jason.
Deuces.
And there were 4.
And then there were 4.
Man, he had a lot of knowledge. I was, wow.
That's what I said up top. Like he I've listened to episodes, not just of his, but on other channels where he just keeps going. Like as soon as you're like, oh, he's about to wrap it up. No, he's not wrapping it up. Like he just got started.
He's
And
been
he
in the
cites
game
his
for a
sources.
while.
And it's all right here.
Yeah.
Like, he's not
Yeah, that was-
reading, he's not like that shit is right here. It's so impressive.
I
He's
wish I
like-
had a memory like that.
Yeah, me too.
Well, you don't have memory at all, so you can
Correct.
take the half of his
What are we-
memory.
Wait, what are we talking about?
Huh?
I don't wait. Just
I
about
blacked out. I'm sorry. I can't.
There's memories.
You been drinking?
Maybe a little bit.
Okay.
But
I don't remember. How much
Don't
have I
remember.
You were on a show.
was that?
the Atheist Roundtable.
Well, Oz, I'm going to disappear for a little bit, but I will be back.
Okay, well, if we're not here, just know that
The show's over.
He dipped.
Yeah, the comment.
Or the rapture happened.
Or the
So
rapture.
But
We'd
if the
all
rapture
still be
happened, we would
here.
still be here.
Yeah, the show would continue. So disregard my last comment.
So everybody knows here that I did. I don't know where he went. I emailed, or I'm sorry, I sent a message to Otangelo because he said he wanted to come on. I said, okay, I can't find your email address, so email me, and I gave him my email address to come on, and we'll talk to you about your God claim. And I'm just waiting to see if we hear back from the Otangelos.
So I feel like I should know who this is, but I don't. So can you tell me who this is?
He has been on quite a few shows with the exact same script. And it's pretty much he got this one script that he follows no matter what. He's almost like Darth Dawkins, except he can't debate as loudly.
Thanks, Titan. I see your link. Thank you.
Yeah, and yes, thank you, Titan. And everybody that was part of this tonight, tomorrow I'll get everything added, because if you didn't realize, earlier tonight we tried to go live and I was on the wrong stream, so all that shit was in the wrong stream. So I now have to repopulate everything. But we'll get that taken care of because I'm a rookie. But no, Otangelo does the same script type shit as like a Darth Dawkins or
Like presuppositionalist.
essentially it's a little different because he tries to throw mathematics into it and tries to derive God from big numbers and
Does
X
he
to
use
the power.
the Bayesian theorem, or fuck?
Well, I know what you're talking about. Yes and no. Again, it's kind of this. He's created this mix, but what he's found in the last 30 days or so is he's had about 3 or 4 different people expose his argument. So he's getting a little more shy on going live because, like the one there was a particular paper that he was basing his argument on, and then once somebody actually found the paper that he was basing his argument on, at the end of the argument, it said this is not to be used to try to promote or endorse the existence of a higher being.
Yeah.
And once that got exposed, he was like, well, no, they're frauds. They're frauds. We're like, no, this is the paper you've been talking about, bro. What are you talking about? They're frauds. This is what you've been hanging your hat on, right? Then just a couple nights ago, he
Bayesian
got,
logic. There it is.
yeah, there you
Thank
go.
you.
Then just a few nights ago, he got caught on stream, like live, and somebody said, oh, God is great. And he was like, no, God is not great. God is not great. So it's like, oh, well, all those other times that you talked about how God is so great and how great God is, like now it doesn't match your or fit your argument.
All of a sudden,
Now we minimize it, So he in the last 30 days or so has started to get waxed. So he might be a little gun shy.
Yeah, and I think I saw him go. I think I heard one of his arguments on Atheist Experience against Matt, and Matt just was shutting him down left and right. It's a lot of things like it's such a big probability sort of thing that it had to be a god, which I always found funny because, as I keep pointing out, just because it's a high probability doesn't mean it doesn't happen.
So it's like a God is the most likely explanation.
Yeah, that's usually the argument for most theists is that at the end of the day, it's just the most logical explanation.
Yeah.
At least a lot of the stuff I can deal with.
But it actually really overcomplicates things when you factor in a deity.
Yeah, kind of like what Bram was doing the other night when he was trying to justify a thing, and it's just the most reasonable, logical explanation at the end when it's not. Because you have to do so many jumps to make that even possible than something that's natural.
Well, and Captain, the worst part of this conversation is that as soon as he starts to feel like he's losing ground, or he has to try to sidestep this whole kind of pre-sup argument, is then he goes to, of all fucking things on the planet, he goes to this. Listen, everybody.
I'm ready.
The shroud.
The Shroud of Turin.
Yeah. Well, that's where he goes.
Someone say something about Shroud of Turin? This is where I get going. When we start talking about Shroud of Turin, God, nails. Ugh.
Just saying, no.
Ron Wyatt.
Fucking Ron Wyatt. God
fucking
damn.
Ron Wyatt. I have a bunch of information I've been compiling about Ron Wyatt. And I can't wait to make my video.
The number of Ron Wyatt-ian videos I get tagged on.
Oh, it's nuts. They tag you and I together now. Have you noticed that? They're tagging you and me.
Debunk this, please. Like, I've debunked this a bunch of times already. I'm not going to do this every fucking day.
Here it is. Here's every video with like really bad green screen and emotional music. Did you know they actually found Noah's Ark?
That's
and
fucking
it's the exact length in the Bible. Chariot wheels. They actually found blood, and they tested the blood. And you know what they found? Who tested it? What are their names? Where was it tested? Was it tested independently by any other sources? Did you Google any of this stuff to do a base level to understand?
I've had it out there. I put it out there. I have it on a video. I will give $5,000 to the first person that can give me the damn name of the lab.
Yeah.
I was like, my go-to response is, congratulations, you've provided proof for the Epic of Gilgamesh.
Yeah.
Not Noah's Ark. Noah's Ark. The Epic of Gilgamesh.
They don't even know. They don't know. Yeah, they don't know. And that's my biggest problem, I think, with young anybody. I want you to validate what you're being told by your teachers, validate what you're being told by your parents, validate what you're being told by your employer. Do not accept this shit just because they told you to. Do not accept it just because someone told you that it was right. It's okay to say, hey, I don't know about that yet. Let me figure that out. You don't have to accept it immediately.
You know what's more real than the Shroud of Turin?
Everything? Oh, yeah. I have 1,000. And I went and found this after Bram questioned me. I have over 1,000 handwritten eyewitness testimonies, firsthand, of sights of Bigfoot. Tell me, how could they be wrong?
I saw
using eyewitness testimony. How's it wrong?
I saw a TikTok today, Jeff, that I almost tagged you and Bram in, and I don't know why I didn't. But it was just like, I fucking hate the snow. And then it panned up, and there was like a silhouette of Bigfoot on the corner in the woods. And he was like, stupid snow, I can't stand it. And I was like, I should have tagged you and him in it. It's like, here's 1,001 for you. Yeah.
I don't, and obviously I like Bram. I'm really happy that he kind of is very passionate about what he believes, very passionate about what he thinks he knows about that stuff. But you got to stop with the terrible arguments. Like, you got to have a better argument, because if I can use your argument to prove something else that's equal, it's not a good argument. We can't use it to determine truth. these like you were saying, this like minimal facts that it's most probable. Like, no, it's just as probable that aliens stole the body.
Right.
They used a fucking laser, Jewish lasers, to go and pick him up and take him up to the mothership. How can we prove that didn't happen? It's more probable.
There's in Atheist Cats, you can correct me if I'm wrong in my my thinking process here. Probably, but when we have to, when we're talking about a huge event or a major character that influences not just culturally but every a part of our everyday lives, which would be a Jesus Christ, right? The minimal facts thing, when it comes down to somebody dying and coming back to life, because we all know that miracles the last thing we go to try to explain something.
Yeah.
We're always going to try to find the most naturalistic explanation for an event or, for a situation. The fact that he was supposed to be the most important human being to ever walk the planet, be the savior of humanity, and God made into a human body, then ascended back into heaven as a God again. And we don't have any like concrete, like absolute, like this shit fucking happened documentation. Is you can, and I agree with you. You can say that you're that's argument to silence. No, that's me using common fucking sense, bro.
Right.
Why would you make it so hard?
You can claim it's argument to silence only to a point, because at some point you have to look at the entire thing. And as you said, this is supposed to be such a monumental thing and such an amazing event. And all these other things were supposed to happen at the same time, an eclipse and an earthquake and all this stuff. This was supposed to be so massive that it's supposed to change the world and save humanity and all this stuff. And we barely have any actual words about it, any actual information. And I then again goes to the fact that it was all contained in this tiny little area of history. This one little place is where all the information was talked about and spread. But this is not a place just off in the boonies, some place where nobody ever travels. Nobody ever went there. People came in and out of Rome. People came in and out of the Roman Empire all the time. Why didn't this event get documented outside of this little time period until 20 years later? I would say that argument would fall apart, because this is if right now the internet went down, there's no internet, okay? There's no other form of communication, just people. And somebody saw somebody who was dead come back to life and walk around, that stuff would get spread eventually. It wouldn't take 20 years, even with a small population. It just wouldn't. And because it's so small, and that's why I made the argument about Alexandre the Great. We don't have a lot of sources, but the sources came from a large area of people from different places. We don't have that for Jesus.
Yeah.
Yes. I agree with everything you just said. It is absolutely preposterous to me that we don't have like 100% valid information or evidence that this man existed, and we don't have to go on minimal. And that's why it's a joke to me. It's a joke to me when I hear that minimal facts.
I would go even further than that. What you're talking about the resurrection? How about any other miracle? Although people were there that he made the fishes for, supposedly walked around, all this stuff that supposedly happened, it's only in one single source, and nobody else ever talked about it. Yeah, that makes it much harder to take as historical, because if that's the criteria, then I'm more likely to believe the stories of Arachne from Greek mythology. Because
imagine
there's more of that.
Your doctor comes into your room and prescribes you medication based on minimal facts.
Right.
Fuck no. Like, fuck no.
It really is that simple.
Listen, what ideas? What's he talking about? I can't even post videos right now. My account's banned. Talking
What's
about.
there for you this time, Jeff? What did you burn, shoot, or shred?
So Captain Dadpool,
Nothing.
I think you and I and Jeff kind of walk in the same place, kind of on the fence, but had a lean. And I will say, self-admittedly, I had well, you can even read the side behind me. I had a far lean coming into it. Like I've done plenty of research coming into it. Now the discussions and going through all this, how do you feel after this conversation tonight?
I don't think my position has really changed all that much. I've been given more information through all this to look into.
Correct.
So once I look into all those things, then I can come to it.
I got more to read.
Yeah, I have more to read.
We got some homework.
Yeah, it was so much fucking homework. Like I pride myself in not
Jumping
standing
to conclusions.
firm to a specific position until I feel like I have earned it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like everyone has a right
smart.
to their own opinion, right? But that's only half of the quote. It's everyone has a right to their own opinion if they can logically defend it. I have to feel like I have to earn that position by researching it thoroughly. So I like to make sure I have read enough, understood enough from both sides of every argument, and then come up with my own conclusion. So
Yeah, and I wasn't asking that. Like, did you change your mind?
Yeah, my mind hasn't been changed, but yeah, I have more homework to do now. Is the short answer, I guess. But yeah, I'm still leaning more towards the mythicist, but I'm not ready to concede that as my hard stance just yet.
Well, I will say after tonight, and there's a couple times where they were talking, and because of I like the screen to be even. So if it's like 2-2 or 3-3, like I try to take myself off to just visually to part of whatever it is. And I'm reading and I'm fact checking, and I know Jeff just said there's more reading and more homework to do. There were so many things that either I asked or other people asked that I would have liked to ask the questions. So I thought it was awesome that I didn't have to do it, but they did it. And at this point, like it was a hard lean for me. Like it was that
Like you were almost there.
90, almost 99%. Like, yeah, I'm not doing this shit anymore. I'm not buying this shit anymore. And after tonight, it was like, no, it was more for me confirmation without talking to any of them. It was confirmation that like, okay, everything that I've read in the last 3 months leading, or not just leading up to this episode because it's been planned for a little over a month, but the last 3 months that I've really been digging into this without talking to them, that I've been reading on my own, it just cemented everything that I had read and everything that I had consumed. And for me tonight, it was like, done. It's a done deal for me.
That's true too, because like these guys, who have been like Jason and Godless Engineer have been in this game a lot longer than I have or you have.
Yep.
So for them to, say these things that I have just recently been learning about is just like, that's helpful. It's very helpful in me coming up to a conclusion on my own position on the issue. Yeah. Because I'm still. I know I appear smart on TikTok. I'm not really. Sorry, everyone. But I'm still a baby atheist. So hearing from guys who have been in this game a lot longer than I have is very helpful to me.
Absolutely.
And I super appreciate hearing those opinions.
And Dadpool, do you have the Crestus app?
I do.
Okay. Good. That's a great resource.
It is. It's really well. Yeah. If you guys haven't downloaded the Crestus app, which I wanted to ask him if that was a reference to
Tactus.
What's his name? Suetonius. Suetonius made a reference to Christus.
Yep, that's where
that way called Jesus.
That is where that came from.
Yeah, that's the title that he used in there.
Okay, yeah, I wasn't asking that. I figured that was the case. But
I'm probably going to download that app. Like I said, before coming in here, I tried not to add anything that might bounce me one way or the other, because I want to try to be as neutral as possible to begin with. I will say this, after the arguments that even I'd made, I'm probably leaning a little more towards myth it being a myth, but there's still that historian part of me that looks at it and goes, there's enough pieces that it could be, but would I, if I had to like stake my life on it, I probably wouldn't. It's that flimsy, that weak.
Yeah, and that's where I've kind of, I think tonight, and we'll see how I feel tomorrow, but I think tonight I've planted myself, and I don't have like the things that I had thought and filtered and processed, like they were talked about tonight without me ever having those conversations. So it's not, it wasn't like it was like that they're just feeding me what I want to hear. Like they had no idea what I'd been studying and reading and pondering on. Like they had no idea what was going on. It was like, okay, so these guys have been like Dadpool, you just said, they've been doing it way longer than I have. And if they're coming to the same points that I'm coming to, it's just solidifying the fact that I'm reading this, interpreting this the correct way in regards to, can we consider this a reliable source of a reliable and accurate source of history? Is this history? And just like I've taught my kids about the Bible, is it a historical book? Yes. Is it historically accurate? Fuck no. Hell no.
I think a good question to ask is what do you mean by historically when they say it's a historical book? Because if they're saying it's a way to teach history, a little, because some of it is historical information that we do have.
And reading books.
But that's a whole lot of myth to pull out, to move away, when you could have gotten that information from a better source.
I mean,
Right.
You learn about Greek mythology to learn about history.
Yeah.
Well, yes, thank you. I will clarify that. When I say it's a historical book, it is a book that is in our history.
Right.
But
Right.
It's prominent in our history. Yes, it's a historical document. Is it historically accurate? I don't think it is at all.
I'm looking up. I think this is a fun thing that, look, Alania Tantum had jumped in and doing a lot of stuff. How y'all believe in Satan, but not God or Jesus? Without Jesus or God, there'd be no Satan. Well, I can tell you, in Zoroastrianism, there was a concept of an evil and a good. It was one of the first versions of duality in a religion. And they didn't have your God or a Jesus, but they did have a Satan-like being and a good-like being. So it's not exactly new to your mythology.
I think for me personally, to be able to commit to say that Jesus is a myth, with any claim that I make, I try to make sure I don't make a claim that I cannot defend at any given time.
Mm-hmm.
And at this point, I'm not well researched enough to where, when pressed, I'm able to defend my stance of mythicism. And until I'm able to, in all ways, at all times, defend it, I will not be able to make that claim.
That's very well said, Jeff.
Right.
Super agree.
Basically, again, ultimately being
That's my one good thing I'm leaving.
yeah, I mean, ultimately being a theist or being a Christian or any religion, it doesn't matter if the person was an actual person or not. Our arguments tend to be about the deist side of it, the divinity. But I have found this very interesting because it's YouTube, it's TART that actually had me even questioning this in the first place and starting to research it. So you guys are the ones that caused this.
Well, if I can, Dadpool, I think you and I talked about this the other day, and if it wasn't you and I apologize. But it is a little bit different. This particular discussion, when you have a group of atheists, kind of chopping it up and breaking it down, when it's people that are former theists, and not just former theists, but those that were like 100% invested into that belief as far as like they were in ministry, they were in school, they were like there was that deeply held belief that Jesus was the savior of humanity, and it was his blood that purchased our lives on the cross. That kind of separates on like maybe I care, maybe I don't care, but and I'll only talk for me. It is important to me, and I've told this to Pastor Mike, because Pastor Mike is he loves when I say this, a cradle atheist. He has no investment, like no, like he has no skin in the game, no skin in the game when it comes to whether Jesus did or did not exist. But for me, growing up, and then spending my entire life believing that this Jesus dude died for my sins and died so that I could have this awesome fucking life, it is very important to me to know whether he did or did not exist, not just as a individual that had carried an element of divinity, but did he actually exist in the flesh? I need to know that. I want to know that. So I think that's a little bit of the separation that goes there, and then when ones like that Alana Tatum jump in and Jesus is not a myth. I don't care. Well, it's that blind look away, where we look away from it and we don't acknowledge it. That's where people get fucked up. That's where I got.
I will apologize if I said that in a wrong way. As being somebody who's never been a theist, who was never in that, I'm sure I come at it differently and look at it differently than you guys. So I'm just saying, if I said it in a way that might have sounded like everybody shouldn't care. That
I didn't get that from you at all.
No, not at all.
No,
Yeah,
I just making sure
I don't even know
because
what you're talking about.
I didn't want to misspeak on that.
Nope,
Yes,
you're good.
I understand how like some
Welcome to a
people
live
can
show.
be like, I understand how some people can be like, this doesn't matter who gives a shit. Like, I get that. That's where you're at. That's fine. That's not where I'm at. At one point, I fucking worshipped this figure. Like, I dedicated so much time, effort, money, sweat, and literal tears to this individual. So now I want to, understand, was this even actually a real being, or is he just completely fucking made up out of nowhere?
Yeah.
Like we have skin in this game that like great atheists don't, and at some point they're not really going to understand the way that we do. So they can like look and be like, I don't really give a shit if he was real or not. I envy that. I really do. Yeah. I wish I could be that apathetic towards that position, but I can't, because I'm super involved and invested and interested in this.
Yeah.
There's all the things I didn't do because of this guy. All the things I missed. The times of my life that I spent doing stupid shit that I can't get that time back. There's so much. I mean, shit. I spent 12 hours on Sundays and Wednesdays.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, fuck. Oz, how much personal labor have you done in churches because of Jesus?
Oh man,
I can just see you moving chairs right now.
Oh, so did you like try to impress the girls with how many chairs you could stack?
We had rolling carts
and then carry.
We had rolling. I went to a well-funded Catholic church. They had lots of stuff.
I didn't have to do that because I was always the lead drummer, and the girls love the drummer.
Oh, you did. Oh, okay, that loophole. Let's see.
Yep.
Yeah, like I made a few TikToks where I'm like, I did street evangelism. I literally every single Saturday morning I went spend like an hour in prayer in my church, and then I go out to the streets for 2 or 3 hours and walk up to random fucking people and try to tell them about the gospel. Like that's
any of this on
how I spend my Saturday mornings. I should have been spending my Saturday mornings looking for poon to slay. But no, that's not what I did. I did this Jesus shit. So.
But do you have any of that on video?
I don't. See, back then we didn't have,
back then in 1993,
we still had. I was still on flip phones back then. Like I have
one. I graduated high school in '93. Okay, so you're making me old, man.
Like you were something special. If you were a late teen with an iPhone, you were fucking privileged. That's how.
As fuck.
I had a flip phone until I was like 22.
I didn't have a phone until 10th grade.
Yeah.
All right, real quick. Austin Parker said, Southern Baptist preacher kid here. Literally spent 25 years invested in the Christian world.
Mhm.
First of all, Mr. Parker, we thank you for joining our stream tonight and hanging out. We've talked about mythology tonight, to do with Jesus Christ. But yeah, we have a few people here on screen that spent many years invested into Christianity, the ministry, and even Dadpool here was in school,
Graduated.
graduated with a theology degree to
I have
be
a
a preacher.
degree fucking on my wall. Yep.
Yeah, to be a preacher. So if you're looking, you found the right channel as far as being able to have real conversations and everything. So thanks for hanging out with us.
Nate.
No, that's me.
I just
And
read Nate's comment.
we're crazy. We're crazy, but we will give you the best information that we can. And if not, we will direct you to the right resources.
And we'll try to be entertaining while we do it.
Yeah. www.google.com.
And that's where you find everything you need to know.
AOL keyword TART.
It's
And,
free. It's free if you
and-
didn't know.
Free.
And Austin Parker, anything that Otangelo ever says to you, just know it because you'll meet him. If you're on the YouTubes, you'll meet him. Anything that Otangelo Degrassi yo says is bullshit. Just
He
know
doesn't even believe it.
Mm.
He doesn't.
Do me a favor. Could you put Kit's latest message there up? Yeah. This is horrible. This is one of the things I think makes me atheist
Wow.
more than anything.
The
This
psychological
sort of thing, this use of hell as a weapon,
Yeah, so
it's
I'll let you guys go first because as a former Christian, I have a very strong stance on that. But I'll let you
Why
guys
don't you
go.
go first? Because I don't want you to forget it.
yeah, go ahead.
No, this one's deeply
I want
planned.
to catch you in the emotion.
Yeah, go for it, man.
I'll take it for you, Oz, briefly. I'm willing to bet that your friend who's saying that has no idea where the concept of hell came from, what it originally meant, and how completely different it is from the way it's taught about today in church. So, yeah. There
Yeah,
that
why
is.
don't you take an epistemological approach and say, how do you know hell exists? Can you demonstrate this to me? Help
How
me
does the
understand
Old
where hell
Testament
is.
talk about hell? Forget the New Testament. How does the Old Testament talk about hell? You can even go prior to that and see what hell talks about. And you'll find that the concept of hell is basically annihilationism. Or at least a period of temporary like holding until the second coming or whatever. But for the most part, it's talked about as a place of annihilation. You just disappear from existence like you did before you were born. That was the original concept of hell.
That'd be my preference, actually.
So hold
Yeah,
on.
exactly.
Hold on. I want to
I'd
pull this up.
rather that than worship God for all eternity.
I
Fuck.
I don't want to be around for eternity.
Yes. Yes, but on a serious note, Kit, he's unfortunately indoctrinated, and so I want to address this from a more because we've been playing around for the last half hour or whatever.
Yeah,
I want to
sorry.
address this from a serious point. No, you're good. You're good. From a serious point, when you're dealing with somebody that is indoctrinated, there's not a lot that you are going to be able to say in that situation to change anything. What you have to understand is that doesn't make them a bad person. It's the bad idea or the unjustified belief that has rooted that comment or that feeling or that emotion in them. So you can't hold that against the person. Now, that being said, if that is a continuing issue where hell or punishment or that kind of thing is thrown against you because you don't believe what they believe, you then have to identify that as a toxic relationship. That is now a toxic friendship or relationship. And what you have to do, even if it fucking sucks and it fucking hurts, and I've had to do this so many times in my life, being a former believer, is you have to cut it off. And you have to say, fuck this, I'm not doing this, and I deserve better than to be treated like this and to be talked to like this. And it doesn't mean that they're, like I said, that they're doing it out of, in an intentional place of being disgusting or harmful. They don't even realize it because they are indoctrinated into that belief. So that's how they have to operate. And until they get some clarity on that, they're always going to operate that way. So if you need to, separate and divide from that relationship. And that could be the best decision that you ever make for you and the other person.
And I would say that saying that I hope hell is not real so that you don't end there or end up there is very different than from what we regularly hear. See you in hell, you're going to hell.
Yeah.
Like it's a very different tone. Like they're saying that I hope I'm wrong about hell because I don't want to see you there. Like they're still indoctrinated, but they're still empathetic and not shitty human beings. So
The victims of religion.
yeah, they're a victim. They're not weaponizing their religion. They're victims of it, and there is a very big difference.
Right.
So hopefully there's hope for that person.
Yeah, okay. Talking about from the old person here. You're going through a very difficult journey that's true to who you are. And other people are going to not like that. But the only person that matters is you being true to yourself and who you are. And as I said, there's a point that you're going to have to evaluate whether or not this is toxic to you. If this is somebody you need to keep in your life. My parents were very toxic to me for almost my entire life. It wasn't until a couple of years ago that I finally had to cut them out of my life, and it was right before both of them died. But I do not regret cutting them out, because at some point you have to say, hey, I deserve my happiness in who I am. And I spent so many years, so much of my life being in that toxic environment, being pushed, being broken down, being to the point that I tried to kill myself almost every year from 6 to 18. Don't go down that same path. You are strong and you are more than capable of looking at when somebody's being like this to you, giving them a chance, but there's only so much rope you should be given.
No, well,
So on that fun note,
no, I was almost speechless. Like, well said. I mean, that's
it's one of the reasons I wanted to become a teacher. One of the reasons I even do any of this is my life story, my life experience is different than everybody else's, but I have been through a lot in my life. And there's a lot of choices I've made that I realized I made way too late. And one of it was loving myself and not letting what somebody else tells me be the definition of who I am. And that includes religion, that includes sexuality, that includes looks, that includes just who you are. I have a speech impediment. I'm overweight. I have a scraggly white tuft of beard here. I'm an atheist. I'm a mess in some ways. But I'm also great. And until you understand that you are great, then people like this that tells you, maybe not your friends specifically, but people will tell you you belong in hell, that you are wrong, that you are sinning, that you are all these things that are designed to break you down. That is the one thing that you need to pull your strength up and realize who you are in your own strength.
Fucking preach, cats. Goddamn. Feel like I was back in church for a second there.
My students say I preach sometimes because I go into these things when I'm trying to address a whole class and trying to encourage them and explain to them that you might have had these teachers who do not give you the support. You might not get the support at home. You might not understand that you are loved. Wherever you are, there's love. There is somebody there that can be there, and that can just be you if it has to be. And because I spent so much of my life being bullied, the traveling and the moving around that I had to do kept me from becoming friends with anyone. The ideas of friends, completely foreign concept to me in a way, because I don't have them. I know what it's like to be on that end. So one of the reasons I wanted to be a teacher, the one reason that I have passion for my job, if you try to be there and go, hey, you're not alone in this. You're not this isolated case in history. You have friends. You have people to support you. And if you just need somebody to talk to and say something to get it off your chest, then I'm there. We have resources that you can talk to. But yeah, sorry, I'm about to break up myself. It's passionate. It means something.
Fucking go off, Cats. You don't need to apologize.
And I think that's one of the things this community actually does. Tonight, I was extremely nervous, and I downplayed myself a lot going into this because, well, one thing, yes, I have training in history, and I have this stuff, but Cap, you have this degree in theology. You have this knowledge more than I do. I know Godless Engineer argues this stuff all the time, and I know at least enough about Jason that he is really good at what he does. I felt like I would be the outlier, and it took a little bit of time and the encouragement from people on chat and from you all for me to just calm down and go, you know what? I wouldn't be here if you guys didn't value what I say or value myself. And I had to remember myself. Hey, I have that worth, and I'm deserved to be here. And once I got past that, I relaxed, and it was great. But this community that we have, the one that's been formed around TART, around the Discords, around all this stuff, we support each other. And if you're having a hard time, we're there to pick you up. If you have a question, you're having doubts, we're there to pick you up. That is something that I don't think most people outside of the mentality of atheism, when we get told we don't know love, when we get told we don't know what it means to feel something for someone, that we don't have morals, that we don't care, we know different. Because we are a family, we are a community, we are this group that we will stand up and defend. When I see somebody going after a kid, or I see somebody says something in jest, or maybe not so much Oz can get beaten up all he wants. But when we see and we defend each other because we have to and because we want to. And that's major. That's a key thing for me. It's the reason why we've been doing this for 4 hours. And we're happy doing it. Because of this community and who we are.
Good shit, man. Yeah, for real, though.
And Oz, I give you some shit sometimes, but that's just because I love you, man. You're a good guy. You really are. You're shit at setting up streams, but you're a good guy.
I think we do spend a lot of times, though, as humans, trying to fit in and trying to mold ourselves to be who we think other people want us to be, when in reality, at some point you realize it's not worth the work to do that. It's better to just be yourself, and people that are genuine will come around you. Like, you will find yourself with people that are of same thought, that are in the same place as you, that have the same shared experiences. And it's a lot easier living when you're not trying to keep up with the Joneses, so to speak. Right. And you can just be yourself and do what you want, and, you know, live your life the way that you want on your own terms. So,
I mean, I teach 6th and 7th grade, and that is a time period where kids are in this shift of wanting to fit in.
Yep.
And anybody who's different is pushed aside, or they're trying to get in there. And I so focused on trying to explain to them that thing that makes you different, that uniqueness, they don't want The world doesn't want people who are just the same as everybody else. You blend in. You don't shine.
Mm-hmm.
Be that person. Be that unique individual, because you might not be as accepted at this point in life, but you will find yourself accepted yourself and in the world so much more if you just be you. Damn, Oz. Are you okay, man? You all right? Okay.
That's kind of the
I have the impact sometimes. Sorry.
that's kind of the amazing thing about the internet. Like, as much as I like to bitch, like I was born in the wrong time period. That's a great thing about the internet is you don't have to, like you pointed out, change who you are in order to fit in with your communal surrounding, because that's a very social Darwinism type of survival mechanism that has evolved over time. We literally change who we are in order to fit in with our surroundings, in order to protect ourselves. But now, like, we can just be ourselves on the internet, and then we will find a community will come to us. Like I fucking I made no effort in gaining the following that I did on TikTok. I made no effort. Like, I just started making videos. I don't use hashtags. I don't follow trends. I don't study my analytics. I don't do any of those like little tricks and things that you get to gain followers. It just fucking happened. Like, I was just myself on the internet, and now I'm surrounded by amazing people like you and Jeff and Oz and Jason earlier, and Godless Engineer and Nate and all the other fucking other people. And K-Nevs came over my house last week because turns out she lives an hour away from me. And she has a daughter who was starved for social interaction. I was like, fucking come over my house. I have 4 kids. She came over, and her daughter had a fucking blast playing with my kids all around her house. Like, that is like the miracle of the internet. Is you can be yourself, and you can find people who are like-minded, and you don't have to change who you are. You can unabashedly be who you want to be. And some people are going to hate you for it, but fuck them. Given enough time, people who appreciate you will come around and be like, hey, you're cool. Let's chat. Let's hang out. Yeah, that's my fucking rant. I'm done.
I mean, the wide variety of personalities and types we have here. We have so many different types of atheists that do, just using TikTok. We have those who love to be comical. Some are harsh. Some like to do music. There's such a wide variety, but we don't have to try to be like each other to stand out and be ourselves. I mean, I could try to mimic, say, Jeff, but it's not going to work because I'm not Jeff, and I can't do what you do. And well, I can do what Oz does, but we're not sure what Oz does anyway. So. No one knows. Come on, man. Smile. It's all right, man.
It's a mystery.
Hey,
like
I've cried in class, okay, in front of students. Anybody who thinks crying is a bad issue or it's not worth anything, it just means you care, man. It means you have a heart.
Oh, I'm not worried about it. I'm here. That's why I'm not left and not even pause my screen.
No, I know, man. I was saying that in addition, not just for you, but anybody who might be watching, who might be thinking otherwise, because that is one thing that's out there about men showing their feelings and how we're supposed to act in a specific way.
And Kit has great videos too. I need her series.
Oh, Kit's great.
I need their series to continue so that we can watch their videos.
Yeah.
And fucking Oz is a huge part of this community. See if I can get him crying a little bit more. like Oz has
the catalyst. He's the manana.
He's fucking spearheaded this shit. He's gotten all of us together.
Yeah,
interacting, and he's helped create a movement. You really have, Oz, where we're making a genuine impact. People's lives are being changed for the better, and you have a huge role that you've been playing in that. Like, you are the orchestrator of all this. So good shit, man. For real.
I want to be on here. No.
Thank you, and shout out Pasta Mike. Pasta Mike's a big pivotal part of it too. But thank you. No,
A godfather.
Awesome Mike is too. Yeah, he plays a big behind the scenes role. Definitely, I definitely don't want to leave him out. Yeah, there's multiple players in this game, and everyone's playing, a role that is that the impact is echoing throughout the community and throughout the world, and it's a beautiful thing. I'm very happy and excited to be a part of it. You guys are amazing, and I'm glad to be a part of a community that makes me feel like I'm welcome, and provides the same feeling for so many other people. So
we gotta give a shout out to Nate Dogg and the pornographic reading of the Bible.
Here's to all.
yeah, we'll have a ton of tears tomorrow night when Mr. Warnock is with us. But
oh man,
I don't know if I keep my shit there.
deep breaths, deep breaths.
I'm trying, because it goes back to that the threat of hell. Like I fucking hate that.
Yeah,
Still something you deal with even to this day, right?
Yes,
It's fucking nuts, right?
And I hate people are in our chat broken over that.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, there's fights in the chat group, like as we've been going through this, like it's insane the level of indoctrination that people are, even and the number of like questions and DMs I get about like how do I that is the number one question I get is how do I overcome the fear of hell from people who have been atheists for years or just becoming atheists. They're like, I still, after all these years, fear hell. How do I overcome that? I'm like, I don't fucking know. I don't know.
This is what works for me is Deadpool. Do you fear vampires?
No.
Is there a possibility that vampires could be true?
I don't think so.
Oh.
But see, that's the thing is like I personally don't fear hell because towards the end of my Christianity, I was an annihilationist because I understood where hell came from. So I was still a devout Christian, but I believed in annihilationism. So transitioning from there to a Christian or from there to an atheist was pretty easy for me. Like the fear of hell was already gone. But for so many others, they become Christian or they're Christian, they become atheists, and they're like, wait, this lingering fear of hell is still a thing that they haven't been able to break through yet. I was lucky enough that I was able to break free from that before I became an atheist. So
I had serious panic attacks about infinity. As a child, I can remember laying awake at night and not knowing what anxiety was, because you don't really know what the feeling of anxiety is until you're kind of older and you figure out. And I knew that if I thought about infinity, about the fact that if I go to heaven, there'll be another day and another day and another day, and there's always another day, that I would I would have a full body panic attack, and I didn't know what that was. And, as a child, that's very, dangerous mindset to put yourself in. I had a fear of infinity. Like that. I don't like the idea of a nonlinear time scale. So the comfort that I get in understanding that there isn't a extenuation to my time, that I get a actual definite death date, is very comforting. For some reason, I don't know. Infinity scares me.
There's a mathematician that literally went insane from thinking about the concept of infinity. I can't remember who it is now.
Oh yeah, it's nuts. It's an actual legitimate fear.
Yeah,
I did not know. I don't really think about it anymore, which is great. I don't fixate on infinity, but just weaponizing hell is a way to get people to do what you want. Like if you had a good message to share, then that's the message you would share. The fact that you chose to talk about hell brings up the fact that you don't have any better thing to talk about. If you had a loving message to share, that's what you would do. So whenever somebody brings up the hell message to me, I'm just like, is that really the best like argument for your God? Is like, you have this loving God and the first thing you brought up was hell? Like, help me understand what that, like why you went to that.
Yeah, you wouldn't even need these fear tactics.
It doesn't.
Like, why do you lean on those?
Sense. And it's also interesting that what you talked about, like the evolution of hell as a place, is very interesting when you go all the way back to early Judaism to where we are today. Hell is not the same as it was when it first came into conception. So it's very much a human concept.
Well, I could go back and I look at it historically, even just not even just specifically the concept of hell, but this place of eternal torment or pain. It's very based into primal fears.
Yeah, it's very
the reason why it's fire.
Yeah.
It's not freezing to death. It's not just a void. It's fire, a primal fear that we have from early civilizations. That was a thing to be feared.
Yeah.
But I got to tell you, Jeff, for me, that was just happening last week. The thing that had given me anxiety attacks was the idea of dying, of death. Turning 46 last month. Last week. Just this idea of what happens when you die. It wasn't even what happens to me. It's what would happen to those who know me, like them missing me. And the idea that I don't get to do life anymore. And that was making me stay up at night. I was getting those panic attacks. I think the only thing that worked for me was just remembering I still hopefully have plenty of time left, but to
you're only 47.
It's to just live this life.
Yeah, you're only about halfway there. So but that secular therapy project has been really good too. Like if you don't know about secular therapy project and you're looking for a secular therapist, I made the mistake of letting my employer, who uses an employee assistance program, give me a therapist. And the first therapist I got into started talking about religious stuff, and I was like, I got the hell out of here. Like this is the source of my problem is what you're talking about. So secular therapy project is really good to get somebody who's not going to give you the religious bullshit and actually get to the bottom of your trauma. And the other thing is, like, I didn't realize what isn't right about the thought processes I had that were self-destructive until I had started seeking an actual professional therapist to help me understand what I'm doing that's wrong. And the other thing is just knowing that these things are not, like, it's not new. Like, we're not the first ones to have these problems. There's plenty of ways to deal with it when you talk with somebody that knows what they're doing. So I highly recommend the Secular Therapy Project.
My wife says everybody should be having therapy.
That's right. It's necessary.
A requirement once a week just to have somebody to talk to.
If you have a brain and you think, then you need a therapist. Like you have a doctor for everything else you do, your brain mentally, you need one to help you control your thoughts.
The organ, just like your stomach or your intestines.
The person you're talking to, this personality, this type of person, did not exist 5 years ago before I started going to therapy. This person was non-existent.
Yeah, I'm a huge advocate of therapy, talk therapy, and part of that, as you guys saw tonight, there's still very deep-rooted trauma from the hell bullshit, and I won't get into that again to save myself the emotions. But I had to go to therapy to get to the point that I could even do this and be on a screen and even attempt to talk about it, because it was paralyzing. And that's why when I hear that's why it hits that chord when I see somebody struggling with it's like, oh God, I know exactly how you feel. I know exactly what you're going through. It's crippling. It's crippling for me, for you, because when I'm on my own, it doesn't affect me like that. But then when I hear other people, like, this is what I'm feeling, this is what I'm going through, it triggers that, where it's like, no, I know exactly where you're at. And and that sucks, and I hate that for you. But just know that recovering from religion is a fucking great resource to go to help through that. And then we have a secular therapist on hand with TART. And if you need that, we can get you that person's number, and she's awesome. She's a badass in her own right.
Thanks for dropping that link, Grumpy. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. But there are those resources out there, and at the end of the day, this is where, when the whole, is religion good? Is religion bad? Is it yada yada yada? And just answer me this: if you're a Christian, is there any reason that just simply for walking away from religion, that once I do, that a grown-ass man would still have to be having to process mental and emotional fears and abuses and traumas to do with the threats and the bullshit that you held over my head if I did or did not believe? Like, is it legit? Is it real? And is it loving? Is it endearing? Is it kind? Is it what Corinthians 13 says in its description of love? Because I would say, no, it's not. So that's why there are people like Atheist Cats and Captain and Jeff and myself and many others. They're like, no, like, even if I have to come on here and yes, people can make fun of me that I come in here and cry like a child. I don't care. You will get to see the real me all the time. I don't give a fuck. You'll get to see that all the time because I've been there and I've done that. And if I can't be authentic, then I don't want to be here. I don't want to be a part of this community if I can't be authentic. But we want to provide as many resources as we can for everybody to tackle and overcome those obstacles, because they're real. They're real. And this is why I say, not the people. I love the people. But this is why I say, fuck religion.
Fuck religion. Hell yes. I'm here for it.
So thank you guys. And so we don't end on a somber note.
Fuck Daddy. Fuck Daddy today.
And now that I could talk and not be all like trying to get my breath because I'm trying not to sob. But thank you guys for being on tonight. And it went a completely what did Rick say? Hold on. Nice to see emotion instead of words. Sometimes we forget we feel. Yes, absolutely. I agree. Mm-hmm. Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, there's been tons of thank you, not just for me, but for all of you guys. Been tons of thank yous on there, and we had a great mythology stream, and it turned into this. And I actually think it's very fitting. I think it's very fitting that it turned into what it turned into, because for me anyway, like, this Jesus character is at the root of every fucking thing I believed in. Yeah. It was at the root, and it in every way deals with my emotions as a former believer. Mm-hmm. He was my salvation. He was my pathway. He was my truth. He was all of those things. So I don't find it ironic at all that it turned into that. But thank you guys. Anything you guys want to say before we dip out?
Well, apparently Nate wants me to do a YouTube show.
Oh, okay.
I would say I don't have it. I would like to say, I am a bit of an outlier in just this group, that I haven't been one affected by religion the way you have. And just seeing that reaction from you, Oz, just reaffirms my belief on how dangerous this can be and when it's used this way. And I think I can say this for everybody, I'm positive that we thank you for, and every other member of TART, for providing this show and giving us a platform to talk and express these ideas, both within our community and with other theists, and to be able to let everyone know, hey, you probably are thinking the same sort of things we're thinking. You're going through the same sort of things people like you are going through. And to be able to show that is amazing.
No,
Good shit.
thank you. I appreciate it.
All right.
Cool. Jeff, Captain, anything before we go?
I'm
I think
good.
I'm good.
I'm ready for tomorrow night.
Oh, I'm so excited.
Yep, I was just. Oh, where'd it go? I was getting ready to pull it up.
I read your mind because I'm God.
Oh,
That's right. You mentioned that in a TikTok a little while ago.
Yes. But I don't have a theory of hell, so you don't have to worry about that.
so you're the one
That's good.
that has brought up these theories of hell, so I have to come after you.
There is no hell. It's a human myth.
I'll worship that.
I
You will
can
be
deal with
punished in heaven, though, considering what you do.
All right, I can deal with that. So tomorrow night at 9 p.m.
Yeah.
Eastern Time, the actual myth and legend, the man, Dave Warnock, will be back at the Atheist Roundtable with Captain Dadpool, Nate, Murdershed Steve, and then I'm way off over in the fucking corner there. So I don't know how much I have to do with that shit. But we're going to talk about whiskey, scotch, and cigars. There's going to be a little game involved. But just know we're going to be chopping up even more about some of this crazy Bible shit that
We're at 420 right now, by the way.
Yeah.
Just had to point that out.
Time. Like
420 what?
Don't worry.
We've been going for 4 hours and 20 minutes.
I'm on live, 4 hours, 20 minutes.
Oh, there you go. Oh, so somebody smoke a blunt.
Not me, I'm a teacher. We get tested.
Okay, so don't smoke a blunt. Don't do that. But we'll wrap, and I appreciate you guys being on. And I'm gonna play this the intro as the outro because I like the music. But yeah, we'll see y'all tomorrow night.
All right.
And then there was 3.
Yes.
I'm sure my wife is